What's going on, guys? Sorry, as usual, I'm a little late to my own show. I guess you guys are probably used to that by now, so just try not to be on time. Otherwise, I'll be late. But hey, Lynn, God bless you. Hope you're doing all right. I definitely should try to talk to you again soon in email because I definitely am hoping you're doing all right. I know you got a lot of little girls over there and your hands full, but God bless to you, Lynn, and take it easy and hopefully get some rest this weekend. To everybody else, what we're going to do tonight is just the usual open panel. So if anybody wants to come on, share whatever topic they want, feel free. As far as what I was going to get into, I have a little bit prepared on the book of Genesis that I just got. That is closer to the actual Hebrew than most English translations. So I have a little bit about that to share. And then since I had to erase that book of Joshua show, that's also something I could get into tonight too. But as usual, I wouldn't mind getting into whatever you guys want to get into. So I guess I'll give it a minute here just to let maybe a couple people hop on to see if anybody wants to talk about anything specific. But in the meantime, I will, mention some of the things that I did find interesting as far as, what the Hebrew, it's an English translation, but it's closer to the Hebrew. The guy who translated it, the James Tabor guy, his goal was to, make the English seem as close as possible to the Hebrew. So there are some real interesting things, and maybe it's just because I'm reading, Genesis again, but also obviously because I'm reading it in this format, I'm noticing some new things. But I think it is important to just, pay attention to certain details. For instance, like what's going on, EJ? For instance, like when we think about Noah's Ark, we always think about the fact that all two of every animals on Earth went into the Ark, but what's interesting is when you're just rereading it like I was, what you forget is God actually tells Noah to take 7 pairs, male and female, of every clean animal. So because Noah and his family, the 8 people that were in the ark with him, his 3 sons and their wives and his wife, were going to survive in the ark for a year. They actually took not just one of every 2 of every animal, male and female, but of the clean animals they took 7 of them. So that's something that I kind of forgot. Again, something you could probably get in any translation if you just pay careful attention, and when you reread something sticks out to you. But another thing that's really important about the Noah's Ark story is God was only talking about the land animals as far as what I can see. So it's also, yes, the birds in the sky are included in that, but all the life of the oceans and the seas is not included in Noah's Ark, and they're not going to destroy it at the flood. And yeah, people will probably kind of say, well, yeah, that's obvious because it's a flood. Of course, the fish and everything else isn't getting destroyed, but in reality, that's not what my mind, and I'm sure many other minds remember, because for whatever reason I was thinking that God was also destroying all the fish of the sea and everything else. But it's really specific, especially in the translation I'm reading now, where it's like it's over and over saying like the land. And another thing we got to be careful about in our English translations is the word land in Hebrew will be replaced with the word earth in a lot of English translations. So that's very significant. So I did notice that in a couple spots where it's like, it says the word land in Hebrew, but the English translations, that a lot of the most common ones that we use, they're gonna use the word earth instead of land. And just think about how misleading that could be in certain spots. So I did find that interesting too. And I just wrote down a couple of things, so I could get into that. I don't want to do a crazy long show tonight, honestly, because I don't feel like it. I just don't have too much prepared, but I did want to at least go live in case other people wanted to join in and just share what they wanted to get into as far as any biblical topics. Couple things that I've noticed lately again about myself is that I'm starting to realize that only what God's opinion is of me matters in the end. So I'm not trying to please people as much, but I'm also realizing that when you disagree with people, that's when animosity starts too. So I mean, I was just thinking back to a couple of the more recent shows I did about some people that I had on, and I didn't agree with certain things they were saying, but I didn't really press the issue, and we left friendly. So I'm gonna try to make a habit of that more often than not too. Whereas I don't have to be proven right all the time or disprove whatever people do, because as long as you're trying to serve God, as long as you're doing your best, I think that's what matters. So it's not always about being right, especially since God's going to be the only one who determines if what I did was right or if what any of us did was right. So I think that's important, and specifically I was thinking about the Sabbath, because different ways people were practicing the Sabbath was actually where I was thinking in my head right there about what's going on, Diane. I was thinking about I could have pressed the issue and interjected my own opinion on it more, but I kind of just let it be. But the Sabbath is an interesting topic. Like right now, technically, we're in the Sabbath. The Friday night to Saturday night is technically the Sabbath. But J-Man said he was going to come on one time, try to do a show about Christ being the Sabbath, which I don't know if I agree with that. I'd have to see what scriptures he's going to bring out on that, because there are a lot of scriptures where it says the Sabbath is supposed to be an everlasting covenant between us and God, going all the way back to Genesis. I mean, that's where it kind of, started more than anything is right in the beginning of Genesis, obviously after the creation of the world. I don't know what that is, EJ. Euthropos dilemma. I know I might be familiar with like the actual problem or the moral dilemma once I hear it, but I don't know it by that term. I don't know where you heard that term before, EJ. So I'd have to hear the actual dialogue. It's too bad you can never connect. You, Diane, all you guys have trouble sometimes connecting, because I would love to have you guys on and just be able to speak and have a dialogue, because it's hard in the comments to have a fluid dialogue too. But yeah, I'm unfamiliar with what that is. So if I heard the moral situation, I might be able to speak on it, because I'm sure people like to do what they like to do is they like to like give fancy names to simple things too. So that for all I know, that dilemma will be like, well, what would you do if somebody killed somebody? Do you think they should get the death penalty? And then somebody likes to just call it that. So it's yeah, you're not alone, Diane, trust me. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, people do that all the time in academia, and it always used to bother me in college and stuff when I'd hear people do stuff like that, where they'd put, not you, EJ, but just people in general, they'll complicate a simple term by like naming it after a certain person that brought it up. And it's like, oh, okay, so it's not just this simple situation now. It's called like Freudian, Freudian, like give Sigmund Freud all the credit, because men and women had sexual thoughts. It's like, I don't know. Well, the whole academic world is filled with that, where people just want to take credit for things that are just kind of common sense or knowledge. But I could Google it and look into it if you want. Euthyphros dilemma. Let me just take a look at it real quick, EJ, so you don't have to type it all out. Let me try to see if I can get a feel for what it is. And Euthyphro dilemma. All right, I'll check it out for you, EJ. Okay, so it's found in Plato's dialogue, Euthyphro, in which Socrates asked Euthyphro, is the pious loved by the gods because it is pious, or is it because it is loved by the gods? Okay, so hold on. Let me reread that again. I've read a lot of Socrates and Plato in my day, and I do like Socrates and Plato, and I do like, Plato's cave and that type of moral situation and dilemma. So let me reread this again. Is found in Plato's dialogue Euthyphro, in which Socrates asks Euthyphro, "Is the pious loved by the gods because it is pious, or is it pious because it is loved by the gods?" See, that's the thing with Socrates, EJ, is it's not easy to understand a lot of his conversations, because he's always asking questions. That's the whole thing about Socrates. Loved by is loved by the gods because it is pious, or is it pious because it is loved by the gods? Is that the simplicity of it? Just that simple question. What's going on, brother John? Hit the link if you want. Come on. Everybody's welcome. I don't know if anybody wants to share anything specific. Feel free. We could talk about whatever you guys want. EJ, I'm trying to get into that moral dilemma you just shared with us. Is this it, EJ? Like, tell me in the comments if that's the whole total sum of it, because I don't know if that's the whole thing or not. That might just be like the brief Wikipedia summary of it. There might be more to it that you're trying to ask me about. I don't know if there's more to it, but I guess I'd essentially take it as, is something dedicated to God because loved by the gods because it is dedicated to God, or is it dedicated to God because it is loved by the gods? See, I'm kind of confused on is it dedicated to the gods because loved by the gods because it is dedicated, or is it because it is loved? I don't I think overall, EJ, the way I would go with this Euthyphro dilemma, and again, this is just a fancy way of like breaking down something that happened in clear one of Plato's dialogues with Socrates asking a question. I think it's like when Paul writes in the letters about all food, giving thanks to God. So I don't want to take it to the extreme where you could do something like Perry says about anything you do as long as you give thanks to God, it's clean type of thing. But just in general, if something's dedicated to God, I think that the object itself doesn't have anything special about it. It's just the fact that it's dedicated to God that gives it its value. So it's like we're told in Christianity often to not have idolatry. So we're not supposed to make any image, and that's obviously in the Ten Commandments, EJ. So what I'd say is don't ever put too much weight into any image, because God definitely speaks on that, where he's very clear as far as saying you don't want to make an image of God. So don't make any statue to God. Don't make any a cross around your neck. I mean, you could wear these things to honor God, like even your Bible itself. Like you could treat it with reverence. You don't have to like throw your Bible into a pile of mud and treat it terribly, because that, like, I don't do that. But at the same time, you should realize, like, even if that Bible went into a pile of mud, it's not gonna tarnish what God is, because God's the spiritual. God isn't in any tangible objects, besides what we had as far as Jesus in the flesh, the Son of God in the flesh. Besides that, the way I really think about this when I want to get real critical as a Christian is the Ark of the Covenant, because I think of all objects through Christian history, that was the closest we've gotten to any sort of, what's going on, Pam? That's the closest we've got to any sort of object having divine power type of thing. But that's because the Spirit of God was actually traveling in the Ark of the Covenant. So again, even in the case of the Ark of the Covenant, it's not the Ark of the Covenant itself, it's the Spirit of God. But yeah, I mean, it was funny you mentioned this, EJ, this question. And for people that just came on, EJ was asking about this deep question from Plato. Socrates asking this question in this I'm mispronouncing it, I'm sure, but Euthyphro dilemma, and it's in Plato's dialogue, where Socrates asks, "Is the pious loved by the gods because it is pious, or is it pious because it is loved by the gods?" And yeah, I saw Indiana Jones on TV earlier on, and I thought about the fact that how silly it is that they were looking for the Holy Grail, and this it was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and the Nazi guys trying to find the Holy Grail so he could have eternal life, and it just once you understand in Christianity how much God detests making an image of anything, it's just foolishness to put too much weight into the object itself. So overall, EJ, what I would say is don't worry about objects too much. I don't know if I'm understanding the problem too much. Good because God says so, or does God say so because it is good? Well, that's the thing, EJ. I sort of understand the dilemma to an extent, and I understand that is the whole point of it. It's like, is the bread sacred because it's sacred bread, or is it sacred because God says it's sacred? And the only way I could answer that is the only way anything is considered sacred at all is because God decided it. It's not because the bread itself. Because think about it, EJ, the same bread like the priests were using to be sacred, it wasn't sacred in any other sense. It was only sacred because God was declaring it sacred. So if you want to go back to like the Old Testament when the priests had the sacred bread, it was sacred because of the fact that God made it sacred. The priests would keep it sacred for God, for worshiping God, not because the bread itself had magical powers. But that's a really deep question, and it's just my opinion. Not like I have the right answer or anybody else has the right answer. It's a philosophical question. But I would just say, as far as in general, the way to lean as a Christian is just to stay away from idolatry as much as you can. Just don't put too much weight into an object. Like this one girl, my Bible in my church group in my Bible study, she knitted me something, and she said she like prayed over it, and it's like a special thing, with prayers infused into it. And that's slippery slope right there, where I was just, I was like, oh, thank you for making it for me. But at the same time, it's also like, you want to be careful with that stuff as a Christian, because all we believe only God is going to give us our power, or God's spirit, and his authorities, all that makes anything righteous. A lot of religions, and even the devil will use tricks to try to make people fall into idolatry, and once you do that, you're getting farther away from God. So just be conscious of that. But that's a good question. But yeah, the way I would answer it is the bread itself isn't sacred. It's just God making it sacred. So don't worry too much about any object. Just worry about what God's spirit is going to teach you. But I guess I'll get into some of this Genesis stuff. Just since we don't have anybody join on yet, and nobody wants to talk about anything different, I'll get into the differences I've seen so far, because I wrote them down. But what was I gonna say? I wrote them down. So one of the things that stuck out immediately was, instead of calling the tree in the Garden of Eden the tree of good and evil, in this translation, where, like I said, the guy's a scholar who's trying to just stay as close as possible to the Hebrew actual literal translation. He translated it as the tree of good and bad. So he didn't use the term good and evil. He translated it as the tree of good and bad. So I think that's an important distinction, because I think also when you study certain things about just the old Judaism, the faith, the Israelite faith in general, the Judaism and the origins of it, is that they didn't believe in it's essentially like there's one way, which we all kind of can agree on even to this day. There's one way, it's just God's way. So if you don't do something that's not God's way, that in itself is evil. So it's like everything is evil that's not God's way. So for the tree in the Garden of Eden to be called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you know, that's, I think, a theological translation, because the way he translated the word is just good and bad, and I think that's probably closer to what it actually means in Hebrew. The word is just bad. So you did something that's bad, because anything that's not doing God's way, if we actually fathom it is evil, even though it's all on a relative scale. So clearly, murder is on one scale, and then saying, calling somebody an idiot's on another scale. We do know that in the end, to God, a sin is also sin, but we all also are human beings, and we understand there are relative scales of things, and we understand God is going to, relatively view a lot of things, too. So it's just logical for us to look at it both ways, where yes, me calling somebody an idiot is a sin and murder is a sin. So they're both sins, but also to understand that there are relative, levels of sin, just like, relative levels of right and wrong. But yeah, that was one thing that stuck out to me, and I did like that. Um, Torah, is supposed to be instruction. So, and I know I've heard a word before. I forgot which Hebrew word it was, but it's talking about aim. So it's just like, our aim should be, to follow God's laws. So anything short of that is just bad. It doesn't necessarily have to be, the word evil. It could just be, it's the wrong choice. So that was interesting about the tree of good and evil, but he called it the tree of good and bad. He used side for Adam instead of rib. So another interesting thing that he did is he used side. So I don't know specifically what part of the side it would be. What's going on, Farmer? What's going on, Tracy? What's going on, Jessica? What's going on, everybody? And feel free to hit the link, guys, because like I said, for now I'll just go through, what I'm doing now, which is the differences I saw in the translation of this guy who, James Tabor, who's trying to stick closer to the Hebrew in the Genesis translation I'm reading now, because I just think I wrote down things that I thought were kind of important, and I haven't gotten through the whole book because it takes a lot longer to read it with his notes, and also write stuff down along the way. So it actually took quite a couple hours, like 4 hours just for me to get through 10 chapters, which I'd read probably in an hour if I was just reading it. But I'm trying to read it very thoroughly so I can learn from what he's got in his notes, and just pay attention to all the details. So again, I wrote down what I thought was important. So he said, in the Hebrew, made Eve out of his side. So a lot of the English translations we know will use the word rib, but it doesn't say that in his translation. So again, he's obviously the Hebrew scholar, not myself. So I can't tell you exactly why he didn't use rib, but he didn't use rib for a reason. So it's more likely than not that side is probably more accurate, because the way this guy, James Tabor, this guy whose translation I'm using, did it is he's basically like, he's not being biased to just the section of the book it's in. So like he'll go through the entire Tanakh, the entire Jewish Bible, and just find like the same word used somewhere else, and that's where he'll decide why it's being used and what way it's being used. So what's going on, Chad Prescott? Happy Sabbath to you also. And hey, nice to see you from Barbados, man. God bless. I played soccer in college with a kid from Barbados. I know it's definitely not the biggest country, but he was on the Barbados national team. Some kid named Ramel. But yeah, thanks for coming on, man. If you want to hit the link, feel free, Chad or anybody else. But yeah, so instead of rib, you use side. So I don't want to spend too much time on everything. I'll just put it out there for you guys, and you guys can decide. But again, I'll show you guys the book. My ultimate goal will be to get through this entire 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 book, this new translation of Genesis, and then I'll do a whole show on it and I'll summarize everything. But just for now, since I did spend time on it yesterday, I might as well get the information out to you guys. But yeah, another real interesting thing was like the Hebrew word for Noah's Ark is the same word used for the basket that Moses' mother put him in to send him to Egypt. So and this guy's Hebrew words, he'll actually vary slightly from some of the other words you'll see on Blue Letter, like just spelling wise. So he spells it Tevah, and then on the Strongs they spell it Teba. So they're both the same word, but again, I pointed that out to a couple people last time. But again, something real interesting there, because Noah's Ark, we always kind of get misled, I think, by the word used there, which is a Latin word for ark, which isn't accurate to the Hebrew that was actually used. It's really closer to describing a boat. So let me go and just find that for everybody. All right. Let me. All right. So it's the rain. 40 days, 40 nights. All right. All right. Like I said, I got the notes here. Bear with me, people. Okay, so it's right here. So I'll show you guys just so you understand. So Genesis, this is interesting stuff, because you got to ask yourself, like, this is why he really did the book in the manner he did, is because what he said he was frustrated with is people that translate the Bible, a lot of the English translations, it'll be the same Hebrew word, but then they'll use two different words for translations. So this is a perfect example of that. So the word here in Genesis 6:14 they use is, make yourself an ark of gopher wood. But what we'll see is the word ark is going to be the Hebrew word teba. And he spells it, like I said, Tevah. They spell it Teba. So I'll show you guys. It's the same word here that's used in Exodus 2:3. And that the way it's used in Exodus 2:3 is to describe the basket that Moses' mother puts him in to send him down to Egypt. So you guys tell me how you view this, but to me, it's pretty bizarre that translators will take the same word and have it change when it could mean something so drastically different. So we all know the size of a basket that Moses' mother put him in is, probably similar to, like, pushing you can tell I don't have kids. Whatever that thing is that you push them in down the street. I'm trying to say cradle, but it's not cradle. It's help me out, guys, if you have kids. The thing you put the kids in that you would, you rock them in, or you just push them down the street in, the stroller. Okay. Anyways, let's just look at this here. Noah's Ark is described as, in Hebrew, the word used, and they translate it to the ark, is teba. Now let's go to Exodus 2:3 and take a look at this. And it's the same Hebrew word. And what it's describing this time is Moses' mother putting him in the basket or whatever, and going down to Egypt, saving his life, sending him downstream. So we just saw the Teba word there, teba. And now look, sure enough, where's the word again? Teba. And it's, describing the basket. So you got to ask yourself, why the English translations sometimes do these things. And it's, something that we got to be careful about when we read the English translations. And that's why a lot of us will do all these cross-referencing activities, because we're always trying to get to the truth. But not a lot of us are experts in Hebrew, so we won't understand why, certain words are in certain places unless we, trust other scholars to point these things out to us. But once they do point it out to us, it is important for us to just pay attention to it when we're reading our own translations, and then just make our own educated decisions. So we can see here, like I said, the same word for Noah's Ark is teba here, and it's also used for the basket that Moses' mother put him in. So the way he described what this teba word means, and he spelled it again Tevah instead of Teb, he spelled it Tevah. So the way he described it is like it's about about reeds made for a boat. So that's what the similarity in his mind was, and why they used the same word. So that makes a lot more sense that Moses' mother put him in a little basket made of like papyrus reeds, and Noah built the ark out of papyrus reeds. So that's why the same Hebrew word teva was used. And just something real interesting that I thought stood out to me, and it's the whole reason I bought the book is to find instances like this, so I can start to understand what was actually written in the Hebrew and get closer to the actual meaning. So far we got, instead of tree of good and evil, we got the tree of good and bad. Instead of rib, Adam's rib making Eve, we got out of his side instead. And then for Noah's Ark, we got the same word used as for Moses's, mother putting him in the basket. Obviously, those things are two different sizes. So the reason the Hebrew word's the same is because it's probably made out of the same papyrus reeds. It's not the size of the object itself. So we do have to be wise to why, somebody chose to use ark, and just be careful about this. Like I said before, he wrote down, in the Hebrew Bible itself, the words covenant, soul, hell, what else? I think sin. There's no, angel, soul, hell, covenant. These words don't exist in the Hebrew text. They're all added in the English translations. And again, I can see why they're added at certain times, because sometimes, the word for angels, for instance, in Hebrew is just malach, malach, and it only means messenger. So sometimes that could be a king, sending a messenger out, or it could be an actual supernatural angel. So it does make sense at times for the English translations to change the word. But, it would be nice if we just all could understand that when they were doing these things, we understood the Hebrew word was the same as it is in certain instances. Like in Noah's Ark situation, the same Hebrew word for that, and Moses' mom putting them in a basket, which I just showed you guys is the same thing. It's kind of, mind-boggling that, you have to read another book to figure that out. And it's not even like noted in the text and, not pointed out. Because, that's important, because somebody could just be making a mistranslation. But I'll continue on, because, like I said, I wrote down, things that I thought were important. Another thing that, and this is just for the first 10 chapters, another thing that's important is, God, when he gave the animals life, in a lot of the English translations, it'll say like creatures, or it'll distinguish between the life given to the animals versus, Adam and Eve, the human beings. But it's the same Hebrew word for life breath. So it's nefesh kaya, and I'm pronouncing these words wrong, but it's nefesh kaya. So it's the same word, life breathers, and it's in Genesis 1:24 for the animals and Genesis 2:7 for the humans. So let's just take a look real quick at the words used in the English translation, because I want you guys to also see these things that I'm learning in the book, and I wrote down where I could show it to you too. So I'll just show you guys, and we'll try to see where we're at. And I'm just using the ESV translation here. And okay, so let's just read this, and then we'll compare it to Genesis 2:7, because again, it's the same word for the life breath. It's nefesh kaya, used in the Hebrew. So 1:24, and God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kinds, livestock and creeping things and beasts of the earth according to their kinds. And it was so. And I do think the ESV does do a decent job, representing the Hebrew. So I think it probably will be closer than most translations. But I know some translations are better than others as far as that. But the ESV is pretty good. I guess he said that scholars prefer the RSV. So maybe I'll start using the RSV a little bit more too, because he said that the scholars agree that the RSV is the best, most accurate translation. But and we do have the RSV on the blue letter, so probably no reason not to use it. Yep, good point, Pam. Good point, Pam. And that's a very good point. And the 2:7 right here, we see the words used. Then the Lord God formed the man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. So here we can see the same word, this breathing the breath of life. So it's stated in 2:7 clearly, the breath of life. And the breath of life is the Hebrew word nefesh kaya. So I'll write it down so people can see it. But and this isn't me teaching Hebrew tonight or anything, because I can't speak Hebrew. I can just, barely, read what I have in English. But I did try to learn some Hebrew a long time ago, and this translation is really helpful as far as getting us closer. But it's exactly right, Pam, that God's rules and laws represent the fact that God wants, you know, animals to be treated equally in many instances. But for whatever reason, sometimes we get lost in translation, and we see here, like we see in Genesis 2:7 here, it says, God breathed, the breath of life into man and he became a living creature. But when we go back to Genesis 1:24, it doesn't say that life breath. It doesn't have those same phrase here. So look at it here in 1:24. And God said that the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kinds, livestock and creeping thing, beasts of the earth, and according to their kinds. So what it's saying here is it's saying that, that the earth bring forth living creatures. But really, what's written in the Hebrew is God's giving these living creatures the same life breath. So it really should say the same thing as it just said in Genesis 2:7 about life breath. So, again, something that I think is important to pay attention to, and Pam hit it on the nose where it said, you got to be careful because God's rules show us that animals are, considered equal to us in many instances. Yes, we're given dominion over the animals, but God also, doesn't want cruelty to animals. God doesn't want, anything, inhumane done or immoral to animals. Okay, yeah, we'll check the King James. I'll see what the King James has. I don't mind checking any translation you guys want. I'm just using the ESV because that's something I've been preferring lately. Okay, but it's the same thing here in the ESV. So we don't see the nefesh kaya, which is living life breath. What's going on, Faith Help too? If you guys want to hit the link, feel free to come on and join the panel. Right now, I'm just going through what I've been reading so far in this new translation of Genesis, which is trying to represent the Hebrew to the best of its ability in the English. So just pointing out certain things like this that I wrote down. So again, it's still in the King James. It's not saying, breathing, giving the animals the breath of life, but in the Hebrew, it says exactly that. And this is in the King James now, EJ. So in 2:7, you can see the breath of life is in this is the King James now, EJ and Pam. This is the King James. So see, it says the breath of life, and it doesn't say it for the animals. So this is just something that, for whatever reason, a lot of English translations change. And the guy, James Tabors, I think he did a good job of pointing this out to me that God uses the same word nefesh kaya for the animals getting the life and the humans. So I don't want to beat that to death, but it is something it's important to point out. And that's why, with these translations that we have, we do have to cross-reference them and also try to learn the English language. I mean, the Hebrew language and the Greek languages as much as we can too at certain points. Yeah, if anybody wants to hit the link, feel free. Just keeping it moving here because I wrote down. Okay, this is another interesting thing in Hebrew, and of course, there's a lot more differences than just what I wrote down because I mean the whole book is translated very very differently. But I just wrote down major things that stick out to me. But yeah, in Genesis 3:14, the translation that I have, he writes, "The serpent gets cursed," and the Hebrew says, "Upon your belly you will walk." When God is cursing the serpent to crawl. So we all know that, in the English versions, it'll say for the serpent to crawl, but it actually says you will walk on your belly. Just pointing out that, yeah, there's only 7,000 to 10,000 words in biblical Hebrew, so that can explain some of these spots. But also just, something that I thought was notable. Not as significant to me as the life breath of the animals, because we in the translations we have, they try to make it like God did something different for the humans than he did for the animals, when really the same word was used. So that part did bother me, and I thought it was important to point that out. And that Hebrew word is there in the Feshkaya. But all right, all right, and in Genesis 4:7, another famous passage that we know in the English is translated differently, is when in Genesis 4:7, in the English translations, they'll say to Cain that sin is crouching at his door. But again, sin's not in the Hebrew Bible. So sin doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible. So I'll just stay in the King James here because EJ wanted to see what it would look like in the King James. But so we all will see and we'll all be familiar with this, that in Genesis 4:7 here it says to Cain, sin lies at your door. And it's talking about, trying to rule over sin. But in the Hebrew, the word used is error. So similar to how we describe the tree of good and evil as the tree of good and bad, instead of the word sin, which doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible, the actual Hebrew words, it says error. So that's his translation. He uses error. And let me get you guys the exact words because I already named most of them, but there's a couple of them. Like I said, sin, covenant, angel, hell, all those words don't exist in the Hebrew Bible. Let me give you guys the exact ones, though. He wrote them down here. All right. Another important thing, again, is also the name of God is not written in our text. We have Lord, or we'll have the word God when often in the Hebrew they'll just write the tetragrammaton. So for people that are unfamiliar with that, that's the letters, YH, VH, or some people will write it YHWH. So that's God's name in the tetragrammaton. So that occurs in the Hebrew Bible, and then they'll also write Elohim, and they'll also write either Elohim or Jehovah, or they'll write Adonai, which means master or Lord, and then they'll write Elion, Shaddai, which Shaddai means protector or great protector or destroyer. So when you put Elion, which is Elyon, and Shaddai together, that's where we get our God Almighty, El Shaddai. So I'll put some of those more notable Hebrew words out. But I thought that was interesting too. So Shaddai means, great protector or destroyer. But yeah, so again, I'll just run through what I have here so far. So sin is described as error in this translation. And again, if anybody wants to hit the link and talk about anything else, feel free to come on. Or if you just want to add to this, feel free. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, John. And Pam and everybody else in the chat. I thought that part about the animals getting the same word, nefesh kai, for the life breath God gave them, as the same word the humans got. It's very important. And the fact that the English translations, say God brought forth the animals, but then he'll say he gave man the breath of life. And it kind of paints a different picture of, well, man got something different than the animals got, when it's not the case. The Hebrew words are the same. So I'm with everybody that, agrees with that being important, and kind of just, bizarre why they would change it. But I guess, back, especially in medieval days, they probably weren't treating the animals the greatest. So they had to justify their behavior for some reason, I guess. But, all right. Okay, this was an important one to me too. All right, so let me look at it in the English's ones. So the word heart is used. Yes, very true, Jessica. Very true. Proverbs 12:10. Yep. And that's what I mean. And throughout the rest of the scriptures, we can see how God, reflects on animals. So Proverbs 12:10, good people take care of their animals, but even the kindest acts of the wicked are cruel. And yeah, that's what I mean. Throughout the rest of scripture, we can see how God, refers to animals and how they're supposed to be treated. And it does make you think that, in Genesis, what is written there for a reason, because, God's impartial. God doesn't show partiality. We all guilty, nobody fault. The devil poisoned the tree of knowledge and messed it all up. Jesus knows this, hugs. Yeah, we're all sinners, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. But yeah, in Genesis 6:6, this is when Noah's Genesis 6:6. We have God's heart is distressed, and I want to see what it says in the English, but this stood out to me in the Hebrew translation he had, because the word heart is used in 6:5. Okay, cool. So in the King James, it does still say God's heart was grieved. Okay, so that's good. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, because this word heart in Genesis 6:5 is the same word, the Hebrew word used in 6:6. So it is good to see that. But I guess maybe this is just not a difference between the translations, but just something that stood out to me as important this time reading Genesis, where it says, God's heart was grieved. Because sometimes, people that are especially atheists will try to make it as if God is just this, emotionless being, so God doesn't have, highs and lows of happiness or sadness, or any of these things that humans have. But right here, it shows you that on Genesis 6:6, God's heart was grieved when he had to destroy people in the flood. So all the people that want to paint, God having to destroy all the land animals and all the humans from the land, and I'm specifying land for a reason, because, like I said, when I reread this here, and also in the Hebrew, the word land was used over and over again, but it didn't say anything about God destroying the living creatures in the waters. It was repeated over and what's up going on, Jamie Russell? If you want to hit the link, feel free, my friend. Anybody. I don't have anything really planned in a big way here. I'm just going through this new book I got, which is a translation of Genesis that's closer to the Hebrew, because it's done by this scholar James Tabor, and he's just trying to make it so it's like if you read the Hebrew. So as close as a person that can't read Hebrew can get. That's what his goal was in this translation. So I'm just pointing out some of the differences. And but so this isn't a difference in the translations we have, but what I do think is important is that we do, because when we reread the Bible, certain things will stick out to us, and sometimes it's the Spirit of God leading us to see something that we couldn't see before, and then other times it's just because we see it differently. But yeah, I guess this just stood out to me this time where it said, God, it grieved God's heart to flood the earth. So don't let anybody that's a non-Christian try to paint the flood as something that God took pleasure in, and God was some cruel God who just took pleasure in destroying man and all the land animals. Because it says right here, it grieved his heart, and it is, like I said, important to recognize that the same word heart is used in 6:5. So it's good to see in the King James here that they didn't change it, because the same Hebrew words used in 6:6. Yeah. Yeah, come on and share that information if you want, Jamie Russell. What do you mean he received his manuscript? Do you if you could come on and speak about that, I'd be interested. You're not trying to say, are you trying to, I don't understand what you're, I don't, when you say you received David Koresh manuscripts of the seven trumpets, what are you, you're not trying to, I don't know, I don't want to mischaracterize what you're trying to tell us. That's interesting stuff that, David Koresh's crazy cult, apocalyptic thing, made it into Tabor's hands. But so far, what I've seen from James Tabor is, he obviously leans on the scholarly side, so he's not very filios. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. No, he's an interesting professor that I just got introduced to. I mean, I haven't been studying James Tabor for years, but I just got two of his books. I got this book and the other one, and his YouTube channel has been putting out some good content where I've been interested in it, because he doesn't have an emotional attachment like some of us believers. Sometimes we can be emotional, and he seems to be a believer himself, but he obviously prides the objectivity of being a scholar more than anything. So I think that can be his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. But that's interesting information about David Koresh. But anyways, here we are now. So yeah, so just so we all remember, like I said, that's not a translation difference, but just something that stood out to me. It grieved God's heart to bring the flood. So don't let anybody that's not a Christian ever try to tell you that God just was cruel and did this because he wanted to exercise his power. You can show them Genesis 6:6 where it says it grieved God's heart to do this. Genesis 6:9, what stood out to me is Noah's a just man, and he used the term life cycles. So that's just his way of translating basically generations essentially. But yeah, just Noah being a just man is what stood out to me in the Hebrew. Obviously being just is a very important quality. So something we should all just remember, that Noah was saved, and like I said, I'll check out what it says in the English translations, but in his translation it used the words just man, and I thought that was relevant for all of us, just so we all can try to have a goal of and yeah, we can see also in the King James they use the same term. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. So they changed generations. He changed generations to life cycles, but the just man part's important. Okay, and now in Genesis 6:13, let me see what they have in the English here, because okay, again, these aren't all translation differences, but these are things that stood out to me just because I'm reading, Genesis again through this translation. So the two things that stood out to me from Genesis 6:9 and 6:13 were Noah was saved because he was a just man, and God wanted to destroy the earth because it was filled with violence. So, again, this isn't a translation difference because it's the same in his translation as it is in the King James here. But it's also, like I said, relevant stuff for us to all remember if we're trying to make it to heaven. things that God likes, being just, so what are the characteristics that make us just? And, God destroying the world because of violence. So if we have to try to walk on a moral path, what things should we try to practice? What things do we want to avoid? And specifically what stood out to me there in Genesis 6:13 is God kill it, putting an end to all flesh on the land, man and animal, because of the violence. So just think about how bad violence is in God's eyes. Again, so when people want to paint God as this, cruel God who sent the flood, just to hurt people or destroy all men, women, and innocent babies and all these things, say to them, well, no, it grieved God's heart to send the flood. God saved Noah because he was just, and God sent the flood because of the violence that was going on earth. So God detests violence. God is not a violent God. That's why Jesus Christ was called Wonderful Counselor, Prince of Peace, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. And again, this is something I already pointed out, but for people that missed it earlier in the show, Noah's Ark. So this is a translation difference, and I apologize to the people that already saw this, but I can see there's more people in the room now that didn't see this earlier. The same word in Hebrew for the ark is the same word in for Moses's mother putting them in a basket. So for whatever reason, this is a translation difference. So and Tabor uses the word teva, but translations, on Strong's Concordance will use the word teva. So I apologize to the people that already saw this, but just since there's more people here, I'll go over it again. So in Genesis 6:13, they describe Noah's Ark. So or 6:14, sorry. And the reason I think it's the same word is because Moses' mom made a basket for Moses out of papyrus reeds, and apparently Noah's Ark was, he calls it a vessel, not an ark, because again it's the same word teba, and he said the papyrus reeds are the similar aspect that probably are the reason why it's the same word. So we see right here, instead of using the word ark, it's in Hebrew teba. But if we go to Exodus 2:3, so just so people see, it's the word I have on the, well, I didn't share it on the screen, so that was a failure on mine. But hold on, here we are. So this is the same word for Noah's Ark that's used for Moses' mother putting them in the basket. And again, I'm not going to stay on this too long because I already talked about this at the beginning. But just for the people that are coming on late, I'm just going to point it out to you guys because that is something that really did stand out to me. So we'll see the same word for Moses' mom putting them in the basket, setting them down the river, which again leans to the fact that she put them in a basket. So I already saw it, but for whatever reason, I guess so their translations would be a little more consistent. I guess they wrote ark there too for Noah's for Moses's mom. But it's pretty clear that we all don't think that what Moses went in, as a child to get sent down the river is the same thing that Noah built. So the fact that the same Hebrew word is used shows us that they were built out of the same material. Bottom line, so that they were both built out of papyrus reeds or whatever it is. But it's just important to recognize that the Hebrew word teba there isn't referring to any size of the vessel, because clearly the size of Noah's Ark or vessel, the word Tabor used, isn't the same size as whatever Moses was put in to send him to Egypt. All right, so that's that. Let me see what else we have here. And all right. And yeah, I don't think any of us know, guys, in the chat. You guys seem to be arguing about over if dogs are going to make it to heaven. I mean, we do know that, in Isaiah it says about like the lions will be eating straw, like the ox. So I don't think any of us know exactly what animals are going to be in heaven or not. I mean, because they're going to be in the spirit. Um, what's going on, Minister Brandon? Um, some of you guys seem new. If you guys want to hit the link, feel free. Come on. I'll put the link again in the chat. I don't know if some of you guys came over from Jamie Russell's channel because he has a good format, and I appreciate he recommended me to some of you guys, and I've had a couple of you guys come over from there that you guys also are very insightful thinkers, and I appreciate everybody from anywhere, but you guys have also brought some good conversation. So feel free if anybody wants to hit the link, and we can talk about whatever you guys want because I'm almost done with what I have written down here, and it's not even a big deal. I'm just going through what we have. Another thing that I think is important is the fact that after the flood, God says in Genesis 9:3 that Noah and his family, the 8 people, his 3 sons and their wives, they can eat all the animals. So think about the whole world just got cleansed from wickedness and violence and evil, behavior. And God didn't have the kosher food laws in place yet. So right here, and I'm not a fan of the KJV like that, so I am gonna switch over here to the ESV just because I prefer it. But we'll go to the KJV if anybody wants to go to the KJV for a specific verse. But yeah, so in Genesis 9:3 here we see that God's telling Noah and his family, every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. And as I gave you the green plants, I give you everything, but you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is, its blood. And right there, I think it's again very important. And we also see the equality of the animals and man too after the next verse. And your lifeblood I will require a reckoning. From every beast I will require it from man. From his fellow man I will require a reckoning of the life of man. So that's basically just saying, you can't kill each other, a reckoning for the blood. But yeah, I mean, right here, what's important is, as Christians, sometimes we'll encounter people like Hebrew Israelites or other groups that'll talk about the kosher food laws. But if you go to Genesis 9:3 here, you can read, right here in this verse very clearly, every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. And as I gave you the green plants, I give you everything. So right after God just cleansed the whole earth with a flood, he is allowing Noah and his family to eat every moving thing. And that speaks highly to the fact that, like, when Jesus comes and he says, it's not which goes into your mouth that defiles, it's what comes out your mouth, because what comes out your mouth comes from the heart. It is totally consistent with the law or the rule that God's giving Noah about eating food right here in Genesis 9:3. So when people want to say that, the kosher food laws are still in effect, look here, it says in Isaiah or wherever, don't eat pork or whatever, or they'll go to the, kosher food laws in the Old Testament. Well, right here, Noah was obviously considered a just man. He was the only guy on earth that was saved with his family. And, for whatever reason, God didn't think it was important to give him the kosher food laws. So I think it's pretty safe to say that, this speaks to the fact that when Jesus says, it's not what goes in the mouth that defiles it, it's what comes out the mouth. That's pretty important right there. And again, I just jumped a little out of order there, but Genesis 6:21, like I said, I kind of forget it, and I know it's in the English translation, so I shouldn't forget it, but it wasn't just one of every animal. It was, 7 of every animal, 7 of every clean animal, male and female, 7 pairs. So just for people like who are like me that were a little rusty. Um, all right. Hold on. All right. Hold on. The very living thing you shall eat too. Hmm. All right. Well, that's not being represented. Your sons are wise, or your wives. All right. I wrote down the wrong verse there, but okay. So it's 7:2. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So in Genesis 7:2, uh, take with you 7 pairs of all clean animals, the male and female, the male and his mate, and a pair of the animals that are not clean, and the male and his mate. So remember, we always think that Noah just took one of every animal, male and female, but of the clean animals that he could eat, because his family had to survive on the ark for a year, he took 7 pairs. So obviously, a lot of those were for food, but also maybe God just wanted more of the clean animals, period. So I don't, it doesn't say in scripture exactly how many, Noah ate or his family ate in that year, but it does, say that he took, and it's right here in the English. So it's just something that I neglected, but, he took 7 pairs, for the clean animals, but he only took 1 pair for the unclean animals. So clearly, they were eating these clean animals on the ark for the year, but also it was just also, I'm sure, so God could populate the earth with the clean animals more so than the unclean animals. So that's just something it's not different in the translation I'm reading, but it's something that I just kind of neglected and didn't read the same as I didn't pay too much attention to it, but not now that I reread it, it definitely stuck out on my head. So I just wanted to point it out to you guys, something that stood out in my head, that seven clean animals. And Genesis 7:4 was also interesting, and this is just something that's we a familiar theme in the Bible, so it's overall all our heads. But the rain came down for 40 days and 40 nights. So just like when Moses went up on the mountain with God, he went up there for 40 days, 40 nights, just like Jesus in the wilderness, 40 days and 40 nights. I just wrote this down because it was another incident of 40 days and 40 nights. Um, so you know that was interesting, and I'm not paying attention to everything that goes on in the chat, but I can see, like, we're all animal lovers, and John's even said he's an animal lover himself, and I if some people don't think dogs are going to go to heaven, but some people think they are going to go to heaven, like, and it's hard because we've at least a lot of us are old enough, especially as dog owners, where I've lost 2 dogs that, what I mean. I hope to see them in heaven, or at least in a spiritual sense, So it's a sensitive topic, and let's just try to love each other, not let a disagreement turn into something disrespectful. So everybody, I haven't been paying attention to what everybody's saying. Just respect each other, and let's put our faith into practice, and just not let something that we disagree on turn into disrespectful or too argumentative. So just, none of us have the answer to the question. Honestly, we could go with what the Bible says to an extent, but we don't know what. Just like we're talking about in this show, the Hebrew word for dogs is used for sinners at times. So, you know, a human being can be a dog, just like the Canaanite woman, Jesus referred to her as a dog. So a dog can be a non-Jewish person. So we got to be careful, just like when we're reading these English translations, when it says like dogs won't make it into heaven, and we want to say, well, that's clearly saying the animal dog. Well, no, it might be talking about a human being who practices certain behaviors. So we do have, like I said in Isaiah, verses about the lion will eat straw like an ox. So I mean, if a lion's going to possibly be in heaven, why wouldn't it be possible for a dog? So that's just my 2 cents on it. But again, I think the most important thing is, we don't let these disagreements turn into disrespect. So let's just, if you guys want to have conversations, feel free, knock yourselves out. Everybody's an adult. Just remember, we're all trying to be better people than we were yesterday. So just, keep that in mind, and just deal with people in love. Like, the verse Jessica showed us the other day, Corinthians 13. I told her I was going to use that a lot. So I will. use that a lot because love covers a multitude of sins, and we all just gotta deal with each other with love as much as possible too. So definitely cool to have disagreements, just not cool to disrespect because we'll regret it ourselves. So just 1 Corinthians 13, you know, love, the way of love, and we'll read the whole chapter real quick just so everybody has it fresh in their mind. But this is in the ESV. If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give all I have, and if I deliver up my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. All right, so we could just basically leave it there, guys. Those 3 verses right there. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. So feel free to have your conversations about it, because I agree. It's a question that none of us can answer. It's up to God. What's in heaven as far as what spirits, animal wise, our loved ones, our old animals, or animals in general. So just agree to disagree sometimes and just keep it respectful and kind. That's all I can say. But go ahead and knock yourselves out too. It doesn't bother me. I just haven't been paying attention, but I can see people are kind of disagreeing. So just remember, we're all trying to be better people. Genesis 7:4, like I said, the 40 days, 40 nights stood out to me. Okay, yeah. And like I said, the other thing that stood out to me is it was stated over and over again, but it was only the land animals that were destroyed in the flood. So it's human beings and land animals. So God didn't at no point does it specify, from what I saw, and say, anything besides, land animals. And again, and this is an important thing, because right here, like I said, this is a good point and why I'm going to it in the English, because right here I'll say, and all the flesh died that moved on the earth. So this is a difference in translation, because that Hebrew word there for earth is actually land. So we'll actually probably see it represented right here, because we see land in the next verse. So let's show you guys the Hebrew here for the word earth. It's going to be the same word for land. So first, let me show you guys in the next verse the word for land, and it's haraba. And so we see right here Haraba, haraba. That's the word for land. And then we'll go to the verse above, and where the translators put earth in, well, they're not. See, they're using different words here, ares, but in his translation, he has the word earth used. He has land there. So maybe they're trying to justify it by changing it to a different Hebrew word there. But in his translation, he doesn't have earth there. He has the same word for land. So maybe they're using a different word for land. I'll have to look into that more as far as what's the Hebrew word for land. But I know for a fact that he's using the word land where they're using earth in certain spots. So that is kind of misleading and definitely relevant. I'm Googling it right now because, like, again, I don't speak Hebrew. But what's the Hebrew word for land? All right. All right. Well, again, I'm not a Hebrew expert no matter what. I'll just go on what I do know as far as what I've learned in his translation. and not act like I'm a linguistic expert on the Hebrew, but they're using the word Ares here, and they're using a different word in the next verse where in his translation. Let me go to his translation just to verify this, make sure I don't misspeak on this. But maybe he used a different word here too in the next verses. Let me see. And all flesh expired, the ones moving about upon the land, everything in light from all that was in the tribe. Okay, so yeah, he does use two different words here. So that can explain why I have a different word here for land, because he used ground. So that would explain why I'm having this difference here. He didn't use land here, he used ground in verse 22. So the word that he used in 21 is land, not earth. But on this verse where they use land, he has ground. So they are two different words. So this isn't a good spot to compare the words, because his word is, that's why the Harabis and the EREES words were different words, because he also had different words there. But again, he replaced earth with land. So I think that is important, because if you read this story of Genesis again, you'll see like the word earth is used in English, but in his translation, it's over and over again land, and it's showing us that God did destroy the creatures of the sea, and it also makes a lot more sense that way when you read it, because Noah couldn't have all the fish in the ark with them. Noah couldn't have all the sharks and everything else. I mean, it makes a lot more sense, the fact that God only destroyed the land animals. So that's an important thing that stood out to me. But again, when we read it in English here, and they do have, and all the flesh died that moved on the earth, it's misleading, because it's really saying, and all the flesh died that moved on the land. So again, you could take it however you want, but I think the way he put it makes a lot more sense, especially because throughout the story of Genesis here, it'll say land multiple times, and it'll never mention, any creatures of the water being saved or put in the ark, and it also doesn't say about them being killed. So that was a real important thing that stood out to me, because when you see the word earth, it is misleading. You definitely think every creature, when it wasn't that. It was only the land animals. And another part that, again, it's not going to be anything different in the translations, but what stood out to me, because when you reread a chapter, it stands out. Noah sent out the raven, and then he sent out a dove to see if there was dry land or not. So I just forgot that stuff. That's not anything that's different in translation, but I forgot that part of the story. So Noah sent out the dove. He sent out the raven first, and then he sent out the dove to try to find dry land. So those are just two things that I forgot, and I'm sure they're the same here in the translation. Yep. So he sent forth the raven, to see. So he wanted to see if the flood was, done enough and there was dry land yet. So he sent out the raven, and then he sent out the dove, and then the dove came back with an olive tree in its mouth. That was interesting to me. And but yeah, then just in Genesis 9:3, God gives Noah and his family everything to eat. So far, those are the only notes I have. Again, I've only reread 11 chapters so far, because it takes a long time when you're writing these notes, and also I'm just trying to understand it. So it's more me just reading the notes he has, because he has like 900 notes. So it's not just his translation, but you can read like his reasoning why he did certain things, and it's real interesting. So, but yeah, just for people when we get these food discussions, just when we get in these food discussions, remember Genesis 9:3. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. And as I gave you the green plants, I give you everything. So when people ask you, about kosher food laws, be it a Hebrew Israelite or anyone else, just say, well, Jesus, said, first of all, we're going to go with Jesus, because we all have one teacher, and it's Jesus. Jesus and the Father are our only teacher. So we know in Matthew 23:10, Jesus is our only instructor, And so we're going to go with what Jesus said about, it's not what goes in the mouth that defiles, but we're also going to look at the fact that in Genesis 9:3 here, right after God just tried to cleanse the whole earth with a flood, he sends out, Noah and his family to say, you can eat every living thing. Okay, and another interesting thing that I found, I forgot because I had my note somewhere else over here, but it's never referred to as a rainbow. It's only referred to as a bow in the clouds. So we in modern times will say the term rainbow, but just be aware, and it's not a big difference, and it's not a big deal to say, rainbow, but just know in the biblical text that the words used were bow in the clouds. So, obviously we know it's referring to a rainbow, but just be careful. We don't want to tell people things are in the Bible that aren't explicitly written in the Bible. So God didn't use the word rainbow, but bow in the clouds. So obviously not a big thing, but just another thing, like I said, that stood out to me when I read it. I could go through some of these Hebrew words. But again, I'm not a Hebrew expert, so I'm not there yet to really be teaching anything on Hebrew, and I don't want to mislead. But yeah, that living life breath was really what's interesting. Also, what's going on, J-Man? What's going on, Sherry? One thing that's interesting is the Hebrew word ruach. So it's spelled Ruach. It talks about wind, but it also is referring to spirit. And I noticed that a long time ago in reading some verses. So just be aware that sometimes when we'll see a verse like, for instance, I know Bible verses in the past that have described the flesh as a breeze in the wind. Um, the spirit. So the same word for, like, in Genesis 1:2 when it says God's spirit was hovering over the waters, it uses the word ruach. So just be aware when you see God using the word wind in certain spots that it's referring to spirit. And I don't know too much about Hebrew, like as far as teaching you guys. I'm not there. I'm obviously not that guy yet, but I'm gonna keep trying to work on some stuff. But yeah, the other one that was real interesting. I mean, there was a bunch of them that were interesting, but the other one, Shaddai. So we know the second half of El Shaddai means the protector, destroyer, or breasts. So Shaddai could mean a woman's breasts, or just breasts, I would say, but also the great protector slash destroyer. So when we hear El Shaddai, which is terms for the Most High, because when you put the El with it, it means because Elyon and El mean God, so when you connect, Elyon means Most High, and El means God, and Shaddai is protector, destroyer. So that's why when you hear El Shaddai, it's the Most High, protector, destroyer is essentially, what it means, and that's a perfect way to describe God if you think about it. The Most High, protector and destroyer. So best person, best essence or being to have on your side, and will destroy you if you're against God. Adonai, is the word for Lord. So the Hebrew word for Lord is Adon, is master or Lord. Adonai is the plural version. But yeah, another, like I said, real interesting thing is in the Hebrew Bible, they write the word for God over and over again. I think it's 600. Like 6,000 times. So in like the whole Tanakh, the actual name of God, the Tetragrammaton, YHVH is written, or in other forms, So either El Shaddai or Adonai will be written. So it's real interesting because we'll have the word Lord in place of it, or God. But again, the Hebrews aren't supposed to say God's name. So that's why David actually taught us the other day, because I was curious, because I always thought when I heard Jewish people say Hashem that they were trying to like worship Noah's son or something, but Hashem means his name. So that when you hear Jewish people say Hashem, realize that they're just saying his name. So I'll show you guys on the screen. screen. That, and I don't know what the heck happened to this guy. He got beat up doing something, but Hashem, why do Jewish people say Hashem essentially, And all right, that's not answering the question there. All right. Okay, so it means the name. Sorry, I mean, I'm sure it could also mean his name because God's obviously the Father and Jesus, so it's masculine. But yeah, if you hear Jewish people say Hashem, they're not referring to Noah's son, which I thought for a long time. They're saying Hashem, and it translates to the name. So the name of God. That's what Hashem means. So I never understood why they said it, and I was confused. You'll hear a lot of the Yiddish Jews, the ones who wear the funny hats or the sideburns, they'll say Hashem all the time. It's because you're not supposed to say God's name. So Hashem stands for the name. So that was interesting too. And yeah, I don't know what else. I'm going to have to do the Book of Joshua part 2 again at some point because I lost the content because I had to erase it when I got into the argument with the moron in that one show, the pathological liar. So I had to erase that show. So I will have to do the Book of Joshua sometime. But it's up to you guys what we talk about now. That, like, as far as what I had prepared as far as Genesis, that's it. I also have stuff prepared on Joshua. But I was kind of hoping, people would come on as usual and we could go in whatever direction you guys want. So if anybody wants to hit the link, feel free. I guess I'll give it a couple minutes. If somebody wants to come on, hit the link. And, a couple people would be better than one. We could all just talk about whatever you guys want. Go through the scriptures. That's fine. But if not, I don't have too much prepared. I'd have to go in the direction of the Book of Joshua. If not, if other people don't hop on, so it's about all I got prepared for you guys. So I guess we'll get into the Book of Joshua. Okay, cool. Faith Help said he'll come on, so that's cool. Yeah, hit the link, Faith Help. Hey, Mike Banner too. Cool. What's going on, Mike?
Oh boy, that was quick. Shabbat Shalom. Good to see you again. Is there 3 people? Oh, that's just a Ryan. That's just a note. There's only 2 of us in here?
Yeah, but another guy, Faith Help, said send the link. And again, guys, we're going to have disagreements in the chat and also up on the panel. So just try to be nice and kind and love each other and respect each other. I know the whole dogs going to heaven thing is a sensitive topic for myself and everybody. So I don't know the answer. I don't think any of us have the answer to that. And like I said, after learning some of these Hebrew words and how they're used and translated in English, I'd be careful running with too many of those verses that say, dogs won't make it to heaven, because to me, it's probably more likely referring to human beings than actual literal dogs when they say those verses. I don't know. What would you think about that, Mike? I mean, I would lean like those verses are probably talking more about humans,
Oh, everything's age appropriate. You got a kid? Yeah, tell them dogs are going to go to heaven and everything's going to be cool. 18 years old, you might want to tell them that and they might doubt you. At 30 years old, you could tell them that, and if they want proof, I don't have proof, but Jesus is supposed to be on a horse, isn't he? Coming back?
Yeah. Well, that's what I think. I mean, you read the Isaiah verses about, lions will eat the straw like the ox and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So there's definitely probably animals to my knowledge in heaven. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to discount which ones will make it and which ones won't. It's not my job, and I don't think it's accurate, as far as what I see in scripture. But what's going on, Faith Help?
Yeah, what's up, Ryan?
Hey, what's going on? I'll talk about whatever you guys want to. So if you guys got a certain scriptures or concepts, I mean, like Mike said, Shabbat Shalom. So, I mean, we're kind of getting into the Sabbath here, or we're on it right now. So if you guys want to talk about that or anything, I'm game.
I just had a real quick. I saw you going through the scriptures or something with the Hebrew text. It's just a real quick thing. It's not no big deal, but it is a fun little teaching. Noah's Ark, if we can find any scripture with that, and then we'll zoom in on the Ark and see what that Hebrew word is, and we'll
Yeah,
find it.
yeah, I went through that earlier. Actually, the teva, it's teva. It's the same word for Moses's basket.
It's the only time, yeah. It's used like 26 times, and if you look at the text for each one, half of it's for the Ark, and half of it's for Moses's basket. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. When did you find that out? Because I just figured that out reading this new translation recently this week. Have you known that for a long time, or?
Well, boy, what's the short answer? We always knew it didn't need sails and steerage. I mean, propulsion. But I can't remember. But no, it led me. I don't want to say submarine. Y'all are going to hang up on me. But quite honestly, Moses's basket, they didn't hear him until they opened the basket. They saw it and they opened it. Noah, I don't know, one little window at the top. Maybe they hibernated. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, when I found, we knew it was never a boat. So I looked up the word in Strong's, and it's like box, chest, crate,
Yep.
and that just made better sense. If you're under the water, you're not gonna. You've seen the experiments where they try to make the ark, and then they put it in like a current to see if it would flip over, or if you could survive being inside of it, rolling around. It doesn't take much to tip a box over. I think it would be submerged.
So you're saying you think Noah's Ark went under the water during the flood?
Yeah, it would solve the problem of any kind of waves. You would essentially be exempt from any rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about. I don't know. I mean, none of us can have an exact answer just from what I get out of the scripture. Like you were saying, they did have Noah build, and like the way this guy describes it in the translation is like the Hebrew words like light, but it's like for to describe like a roof, like in Noah's Ark. For so I don't know if there was a light for the sun to come in or whatever. I think that's what he was trying to like. The guy in the translation's trying to like stick to what the Hebrew word says, but then he has a note to like try to explain like what he thinks it means, and he was trying to say like there's like a roof on Noah's Ark to let sunlight in. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't know if I'm there with you on that. I just from what I read in the scripture, it seems like the ark's like above the water to me, but I mean, none of us have the exact answer, that's for sure. But there's definitely a lot of rooms in there, and there's a lot more in that ark than we understand for sure.
And quite honestly, if bears did not hibernate, or these little frogs that come back to life after freezing, I never would have thought of it. But maybe they were all hibernating. I don't know. You're stuck in your own carbon dioxide. But don't we believe in the resurrection? I mean, maybe. I'm just saying. Yeah, it's very confusing. But no, it didn't have sails, and there would be no need for steerage and a bow and a stern. But yeah, a box crate. No, I'm glad you looked that up earlier. That's all I had. Where's the other brother? Let's hear from him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Faith Help, and Pam just hopped on too. Go ahead, Faith Help. What do you think about Noah's Ark? Do you think it was above water, or what's your take on it? You're on mute, Faith Help. You got to unmute yourself. You just muted yourself again.
Yeah.
Go ahead now.
Well, I think about, was it under the water, the boat? No. It was like the boat that they described it like, with wood, gopher wood and everything else. But like I told you from the very beginning, most people think it was animals on the boat, but it wasn't. It was people.
Oh
And the
yeah, I
Lord was
forgot
just
you said
calling by
that.
animal name.
Yeah, I definitely am not.
Yeah.
I definitely have a different agreement. I don't agree on that one, but I remember you gave that that opinion the other day. That's interesting, man. Like I said, that's interesting. See, it doesn't add up in the scriptures to me if it's people though, because it talks about the whole world coming through the 8 people afterwards. Like, so how do you reconcile that with like the scriptures that are
What
talking about?
you know, he was just counting, as 8 people as because they would be the leaders. That's why he said 8 people because they would be the leaders of the people. That's
You still there?
Yeah. Just give me a second.
Yeah. Deal with the little ones, but yeah. Pam, go ahead and say hi too while we're waiting for Faith Help. I don't know if you're trying to talk, Pam, but we can't hear you yet.
Oh, there she is. She might.
Yeah, go ahead and try, Pam. Sometimes she has technical issues. Can't hear you yet, Pam. I don't know if your technical's working or not. Just check your volume or something. I don't know. Yeah, no luck yet, Pam. If you're trying to talk, we can't hear you yet, so keep trying. Yeah, somebody else, Faith Up, go ahead. Mike, go ahead. I mean, these are interesting subjects. It's. Go ahead.
So no, what I was saying was, the reason why he said 8 people is because they was the leaders of the people that was going to the boat. Because Noah is not the only boat. It was 7 more boats. So it wasn't just Noah's boat.
Yeah, see, I'm totally not with you on this. Where are you getting those? Where are you getting the 7 other boat concept from?
Remember I told you when you led by the Spirit?
Well, I mean, yeah, we talked
It's
about
not in the letter of the law. It's not in the letter of the law. It's by the Spirit.
Okay, so yeah, you're just saying that this is something you think God told you yourself. It's not in the text itself.
God told me. Yes.
Okay, all right.
I tell you, I always lead things by the Spirit, but I just tell you my opinions or whatever. Whoever take it, whoever got an ear, let them hear.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, nobody's gonna ever sway me from something that God specifically told me in my heart, my spirit too. So I'm not gonna ever try to move somebody when they tell me that's where they come up with the information. I was just wondering if you had it from something written down besides the Bible, like some people will use outer biblical history or something like that sometimes too. But yeah, I'm not going to try to move anybody that's got something that came from the Spirit because I know I'm not going to ever move from it myself. So I wouldn't want somebody to move from that opinion. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, we don't really know much about what happened. It was around a year of time. From what the Scripture says. Again, how are they eating the clean animals? I was just thinking about that the other day. Were they making a fire they had to be making fires and stuff to be eating the animals. You know what I mean? So it's all real deep stuff. Like and this is like one of the hardest parts of the Bible for us as believers to defend. You know what I mean? When we run into somebody that's an atheist or something, they'll run right to Noah's Ark to try to tell us how much of a fairy tale our religion is. So it's one of those things that the closer we can get to answering some questions, the better off we all are. And, it's not easy. And it's good to think out of the box to answer them. Like I've heard somebody try to say that all the animals were DNA before, and not actual physical animals. And that actually is plausible too. Like maybe, what's being, I don't know. It's hard. Because we got to stick to what's written in the actual text and not try to get too creative just to defend something that we can't explain too. So it's hard.
Yeah, but that's why I always just keep trying to tell you about the letter of the law. It kills because everybody gonna come with their own private interpretations of the scriptures.
Oh, I agree. I mean, you could use the scriptures to enslave people, or you could use them to free people. You could use them to treat women great. You could use them to treat women terribly. You can use them to kill. You could use them to not kill. You could use scriptures for all sorts of things. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely more important to have that connection with God, but also just the two greatest commandments, or like you said, also stick to what the 10 commandments or whatever are the most important things that help
Yeah,
you get to where you need to be with
yeah,
God.
Does that? Can I ask
yeah.
you before we get back to Pam? It looks like Pam might be on. I think that's her name. Just real quick, do you think that comes from the 7 continents, or were you told it was from the 7 continents, or just do you, where do you think it came from? The 7 boats.
Well, when the Lord was, I was reading through the scriptures, and when the Lord was saying, to multiply, right? Most people take multiply as sexual intercourse, and that's not what He means when He say multiply. To multiply, you already have to have something already there. So if you have like you can't take something from nothing. If you just one person, how can you multiply? Now, if we add in, that's when you're having another person, like a male or female, and they come together, then they have, a child. That's adding. He didn't say add or subtract. He just said multiply. So how can one person multiply? Most people don't think that. What he was talking about is about it was already people there, but they will be multiplied because it will be a group of people together, and then be another group of people, but they will be spread out, and they will come and be united all as one after the flood. They will all come back together.
Well, it is hard at times too to like when Cain gets kicked out of the Garden of Eden or whatever, and then he goes and marries a wife. Like verses like that, it's hard to explain too, because it's like, well, he got kicked out of the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve and his brother Abel, and you know what I mean. It's like those were, to us, a lot of us, those were the only people on earth. But then Cain leaves the Garden of Eden and he gets married. So like we do have
Yeah,
to make sure we're reading between the lines sometimes and
but
try
Well,
some
to figure. Yeah, go ahead, either one of you.
what I
Pam
was
keeps.
saying is when you read the because they got lost books, um lost books of the Bible, and it tells you that Adam and Eve, when they had Cain, they had a twin sister. They called her Owen, and his twin sister they'd be twins. So they'll be like one male, one female, but they still will be twins. And then they had who they call? They had Abel, and then they had his twin sister. So here you go. They was thinking about giving Cain's sister to Abel, and Abel's sister to Cain's sister. And Cain got jealous and angry and killed Abel.
I think the if you go to that Hebrew, I don't know how you would do that again on the what is it, interlinear in
Yeah,
Genesis. Yeah, in Genesis, if you look up when God created man, it's Adam. In Hebrew, you would say Adam. But it's the exact same letters, ADAM. That's man, like mankind.
Wow. Can you hear
He
me?
created
Hello?
man.
yeah, we hear you now, Pam.
Wow. I had to click something on your StreamYard at the upright corner of my screen.
Hey, we got you now. So yeah, you're next after Mike. Go ahead, Mike. Finish up.
Wow. I wanted to be here an hour ago.
Oh,
I'm still back on the animals and Noah's Ark.
oh,
And
okay.
yeah. And there was a dove. It's in the Bible. I can't quote the exact scripture, but a dove did flow off of Noah's Ark and bring him back a branch to show him that he was close to land, because he didn't know where he was, floating out there on an ark that big, taking care of that many animals. And that dove did that. That's why the dove is the symbol of the peace today, the peace dove, because
Yeah,
she found new life. She found the new life of Noah's Ark
yeah,
on a new land so that we could still live.
yeah. I totally forgot that part of Noah's Ark story, and when I just read that the other day, I was like, wow, I forgot that he sent out a raven and sent out a dove. Yeah, Mike, go ahead as far as that. Pam, I'm glad we got you on here to help us out with everything. But yeah, go ahead, Mike, on what you were talking about. Like in Hebrew here, man is Adam.
Yeah. Let me listen in for a minute because I missed a little bit.
Sure.
Oh, Pam, yeah, I think you work best when you don't have your video on because it might suck out the whatever that electricity is that get. So I think, yeah, if you stay, you sound good. We couldn't hear you before, but you sound good now. Welcome.
Yeah, the when I'm reading in this translation, it's weird to me. Like that's the one thing about this translation I'm not crazy about. Like he made Adam into soil creature because it's like Adam and Adama means like red soil or soil, and he's using the word soil instead of dirt because I guess like the word in Hebrew really is dirt, but human like we in English will put such a negative connotation on dirt that he changed it to soil. So it's kind of like that's the one aspect of the translation that I haven't really been liking so far is instead of using Adam in most cases he's writing soil creature because God made man out of the dust or dirt and so but he's trying to replace dirt with soil because when you think about plant stuff in the soil you think okay good soil it's positive stuff grows in it. So that's the one aspect of this translation that's kind of been like, I'm not a huge fan of so far. But beyond that, like you were saying, Mike, about the Noah's Ark and the Moses' mother put him in the basket, that part really blew my mind. And he also didn't say, because I don't know when you guys got on, but stuff I just went over earlier in the show real quick. He called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil just the tree of good and bad. So he didn't use the word evil because, in Hebrew, I guess it's closer to the word bad, not evil, Then he used Adam's side instead of rib. So there's some stuff like that in this translation that's real interesting. And it just does make you think like, at times, these English translations, they do take theological, steps because in the entire Hebrew Bible, the words angel, covenant, hell, soul, sin, these words don't exist in the Hebrew. So, we got to definitely pay careful attention to when they are used in the English and just compare them to, what the Hebrew word is. Because,
What is the name of the Hebrew Bible? I've never read a straight Hebrew Bible. I am a King James Version only, I guess.
well, they call the Hebrew Bible the Tanakh. So we'll hear the words Torah, and that refers to first 5 books. So there are some Jewish people that are just Torah only. But
Yeah,
if you take the prophets and the proverbs and the Psalms and everything that's in our Old Testament, they call it the Tanakh. So that's just
and so they're changing it, and that's Jewish. That's the Jewish Bible, correct?
Yeah, they just call it the Tanakh. So Tanach, the Tanakh.
I've never opened it up and read that. So
It's the Old Testament. It's
I've heard
the
all
Old
the
Testament.
controversy, and that's very confusing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
it is. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, it's just your Old Testament. And any KJV or any Bible you read, that's all the Tanakh is the Old Testament.
Yeah, so you've read it, Pam. It's just they call it. It's like somebody calling something, a different word for the same thing. You know what I mean?
But then we believe
down
yeah.
south they'll call soda pop. You know what I mean? But I'm in New York. I call soda. But down south they'll call it pop. You know what I mean? So I guess that's like
10 words for each word. I know.
Yeah. So the Tanakh is, of course, in Hebrew, but it's the same thing as our Old Testament. But yeah, those words not being in the actual Hebrew, they are. It's pretty crazy when you learn that. Like I can't lie, I didn't know that till recently, and I was kind of blown away. Those are powerful words,
It's another whole education, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could look at that Genesis 1:27, I looked it up in my hard copy here. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. That's Adam, correct? Adam?
Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah. Yeah, I was pointing out earlier that for man, it says like God breathed in the breath of life, and then in the animals, in the English translation, it says bring forth. But in this new translation I got in the Hebrew, it says the same word nefesh kaya, which means life breath. So both
Okay,
man.
yeah, I'm trying to focus on the man part. You keep going off. I'm sorry. But the man on that one from Genesis 1:27, you see where it says God created man. Let's go to chapter 2, verse 7.
Yeah, that's the verse where it says life breath.
Well, we're sticking with the man
That's
part
everything
still.
that's living.
So what my point is
Every
in one,
single living thing.
Can
I
you
don't,
hear when Mike's talking, Pam, or no?
No, I can't hear him at all. I don't know why.
All right, yeah. No, I figured you couldn't. Sometimes Jesse's had that happen too, because it seems like you can't hear Mike. You can hear me when I'm talking, though, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I'll just tell because Mike was talking a couple times and you kept jumping in, but I didn't think you were doing it on purpose. So, yeah,
Oh,
you're with
yeah.
us, but yeah, you still can't hear Mike. So, Mike's about to talk. I'll tell you when Mike's done talking, so you don't.
that's hilarious. So
Okay. I'll
our
just
Genesis,
mute my mic for a minute then.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell you when he's done, though.
Okay. All right.
so
I can hear you.
our Genesis 1:27, God created man, that's Adam, in Genesis 2:7, and the Lord God formed Adam, the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils. So we have mankind created, but apparently, I don't know, in my mind, it's terrible or something. And he takes one of them out and puts him in the garden and creates him there. That's why Abel and whoever Cain could marry different peoples. I'm all done.
Wait, what are you saying now? You say it again there. You were saying God created man, Adam, and then what?
Man, verse Genesis 1:27 would be mankind. It's simply man, but you can take it to mean one or plural, all of mankind. But we see in verse 7 of chapter 2, and the Lord God formed Adam. That's the man. Ha in the Hebrew would be like the. And the Lord God formed Adam of the dust. So this sounds like there's a mankind created, but the world was the world, and he created a little safe place, a garden, and he formed out of that dust the man.
Okay, so where are you saying the Eden is though? Because I always say Eden is on in heaven somewhere. To me, I know you could say Eden's on earth too, because like the way certain verses are worded, it'll say like the Tigris River or something like that. Or it'll actually say the land of Cush and stuff like that. But then there's also God walking in the garden, and there's also a cherubim guarding a tree of knowledge of good and evil and a tree of life, which I don't see anywhere on earth. You know what I mean? So
I don't think God walked with Adam and supped with him until, I think the verse you're referring to is where's your brother? I heard you walking in the cool of the day. No, Adam was walking in the cool of the day when he heard the Lord.
It's after she eats the fruit, after Eve eats the fruit.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So where do you think Eden is, though? Do you think because I mean, I hear both sides of it. I just personally think Eden's in the spiritual realm in heaven somewhere. I don't think Eden's. There might be like a replica of it on earth because we can go through like there's verses that'll say a spiritual earth and a spiritual Jerusalem, like Galatians 4:22 through 26 talks about a spiritual Jerusalem like in heaven and then Jerusalem on earth. So it's all real complicated. But yeah, where do you put the Garden of Eden? Do you put it on earth or in heaven?
Yeah, just real quick so we can let Pam back in. I would think it was on earth. I don't know what the flaming sword is. Like you said some other time, we would have found it by now. We would have discovered it. But yeah, even the four rivers I think mentioned in Genesis, like the Euphrates and the Tigris, you can find to this day. But then again, I've heard other people say maybe Noah, knowing of those original rivers, just named them coming into the new. They could have been someplace completely different. But yeah, we do have the Euphrates and the Tigris running parallel to each other. And that coincidentally, the Euphrates is the eastern boundary of Israel. So yeah, it could be on earth, but I don't think it's strictly in heaven.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard thing to just I don't know, man. There's certain aspects of it that you could say it's on earth, and then there's other parts where it's like, okay, so where's this cherubim with the flaming sword guarding the trees? You know what I mean? And when was God walking in the garden? You know, so it's like it's tough. But yeah, Pam, go ahead. Me and Mike are.
It wasn't God walking in the garden. It was God sending angels, and that's actually going back to the book of Enoch, where I think Mike might be, and I still haven't heard a thing he said.
That's too bad you can't hear Mike. That's,
I know. I wish you could.
No,
but
other people before.
I listened to the Genesis book of Enoch, and it was like 3 hours long, and the book that was dug up and not in the Bible, and it was actually like written like a biography of their lives, and it wasn't very good. It was hard and it was bad, and God didn't really show up except twice, and supposedly in the book of Enoch. And I listened to it very carefully. I took a lot of time, and it was waiting until they were in a totally oblivious, gonna die, not gonna make it, after they ate out of the Garden of Eden, and it was angels sent and told them how to find food, where to find it, how to sew clothes out of sheepskins, blah blah blah, and it was a hard way to go, and I believe that's the way life started. It had to be really hard. All right, that's all I'm going to say. I'll let Michael talk again or something. I hope I can hear him.
Yeah, I don't know why it's happened to other people, so it's not just you. But that's hard when you can't hear him talking. But yeah, I mean, I'm reading Enoch myself right now. I'm not through it yet, but it's an interesting read.
Can you find
some places use it? What? Yeah, go ahead.
Can you find?
I'm only through the Genesis in the first part. So how many chapters of Enoch are out there? Because I don't know. I haven't downloaded it. I haven't found it yet. Neither me.
I don't know. It's not in the 66 books. So I mean, I got it in Apocrypha, and it's like 40 pages. But then there's 3 Enochs too. So there's Enoch 1, 2, and 3. So I mean,
can you find the Enoch quote from
How
the New
many
Testament?
pages is that though? 2,000.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. Mike's going to say something quick, Pam. Hold on. Go ahead, Mike. What are you saying? The Enoch in the New Testament, and they mention him in the book of Hebrews. I know that, and also in Jude 1:16, I think. Well, now we lost Mike too. All right, now it's just me and you, Pam, until Mike gets back. Hopefully, he comes
That's all right. Enoch was not mentioned in the Old Testament nor the New Testament. It was pulled up out of the archives of history.
Yeah, I know, but the character Enoch is mentioned. Like it's the same character. It's the son of Jared.
In the Old Testament, Old Testament.
Yeah, but it's one of those where it just says his name. It just says
Yeah, exactly.
Like Enoch, son of Jared. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
Yep. No history and no anything he did or anything. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, got you on that one.
So hopefully Mike comes back.
What's he talking about?
Yeah. Well, Mike's gonna run. I think because you guys can't hear each other, it's kind of hard to have a good conversation. So I think he's just gonna run and come back some other time. But
well, no, I can hang up and then you can talk to him. Maybe it's me.
It's all good. He's back here. Hold on.
What was he talking about?
See if you can hear him now. Pam, tell him if you can hear Mike now. Go ahead, Mike.
On that original in the New Testament.
Turn your volume up, Mike.
You didn't
when they in the New Testament when they speak of the book. And when they
I think
speak
his
of the book,
volume is down too low.
Pam, you know what I'll do? I'll just mute you when Mike's talking, and that way I'll unmute you when Mike's not talking. But you can't really respond to what he's saying. But that way
Yeah.
you won't like interrupt him. So that's how we'll deal with it for now. Just when he's talking, I'll mute you so you just know.
I'm
that,
just going to mute my mic now,
Oh,
but tell him to turn
I'll
his
mute it.
up.
I'll hit mute like this just so you know, Pam. But you can unmute it yourself when it's time to talk. But I'll unmute it so you know Mike's done talking. Okay, go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
it's all right. I just wondered in the New Testament when they quote the book of Enoch, if you could find that quote in any of those books that you've been checking on. Well, yeah, I've got to go. You guys continue on. I love you doing this, brother. This is great and good participation, Pam. So long,
Yeah.
friend.
We're trying. It's been a hard battle tonight. But yeah, I think it's like Jude 114 or 116. There's like an exact quote from Enoch. I know Jude 114 to 116. One of them is an exact quote from Enoch. I think it's 114 here. It was also so yeah. Go ahead, Pam. Mike's got to run, or just because the communication, it's not Go ahead and unmute yourself, Pam. Pam, I can't unmute your mic. You go ahead and unmute it though.
I did. Tell Mike to turn his audio up a little bit, because I can always hear him, but I can't.
Nah,
I think he's down too low.
Nah, his volume's really high. It's just a technical issue on your end for whatever reason. But yeah,
I don't think so. Mine says it's great. I never got through to you.
wow. All I know is I hear him fine. So it's just I don't know. It's something. It's StreamYard. Jesse's had the same problem before.
Yeah. Where is Mike at? Geological.
Oh, he's Christian. He's Christian. But well, I mean,
no, geologically. Where is he located?
Omaha. He's American. He's in Omaha.
Well, I shouldn't be no problem with me, but I'm going to remute and see if I can listen. So go ahead.
Well, it's just me and you now, so he's gonna come back later or something. So,
well, let me know if he does come back. I don't know. That's really weird.
Sure.
I've heard everybody else you had on here.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Technical thing. I've had weird technical stuff happen on StreamYard too, so it happens to all of us.
Oh, I know. I contacted StreamYard and told them to straighten my end of this up and out, and I think they did. So, yeah, it's little tiny technicals like click this and click that, and then you're good. Yeah.
Well, another thing that I'll point out, because I just learned this in my translation now, is in Hebrew, the word voice can refer to all sorts of sounds. So when they do say they heard the voice of God walking in the garden, and they also describe it as, walking in the spirit. So walking in the garden in the wind and it says in the wind of the day. We also know that the word wind is spirit. So when they describe God walking in the Garden of Eden, it is really deep because it says they heard his voice, walking in the garden in the wind of the day, which the spirit can also, wind and spirit are the same word in Hebrew, Ruach, and day also can be light. Day can also be referring to light. So we really could be reading that sentence totally wrong, and it could be saying something closer to God was walking in the spirit of the light in the garden. So it could have been God, just being in the spirit of the light in the garden, just like when God was a pillar of cloud during the day and then fire at night. It might not have been God physically walking like in human form. So that's
for
something.
Sure.
Yeah.
That would be angels sent. That would be angels singing and praising the Lord and bringing it down upon the earth to show you how you're supposed to do this the day you get to heaven. Because remember, God made heaven to be heaven on earth to start with before the Garden of Eden. And yes, I believe all those voices and that singing was anything like we've never heard before. We've rocked all this rock music and all this sad song, bad relationship music and love songs in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
But none of that was God's music.
No. And again, when I heard King David used to play the lyre for Saul when he had an unclean spirit on him, that was something new that I hadn't read in a long time either. And that kind of blew my mind too. And it also speaks to what you're saying, Pam, about the power of the sounds of the heavens and just what those sounds are capable of doing as far as just putting us in a state of, oneness with God. I mean, there's a reason that God had musicians in the temples. David assigned the musicians under Asaph, and playing the harp, the lyre, the timbrels, the cymbals, all these things were very important as far as worship was concerned. It's just like you said, nowadays we're so far from that. We're getting the opposite, and we're getting bad frequencies and bad vibrations from all the rap, rock, and R&B and all this music we listen to, the pop music and all the stuff that's given to us is to actually put us farther from God. Where
Exactly.
the music back in the day,
exactly. And that brings me back to something else very godly that I've listened to and found. Some guy, a man in the 1920s, we had phonographs and the vinyl records and stuff, and I'll make it short and quick, but I'll send it somewhere. I'll try to send it to you, and I've already put it on Nick's Discord and all over there before. But the tree frogs out here singing and the crickets. Some guy in the 1920s slowed it way, way down.
Yeah, not familiar with them guys. Go ahead now.
He slowed it way, way down. He slowed it way, way down. The crickets, and he just put it in super slow speed, and he could do it then. And then he recorded it, and then he played it, and it sounded like angels in God's Christian choir in heaven. I kid you not. I was absolutely amazed. It made me cry. It was beautiful. And I'm like, there's no insects or animals who can do this beyond our frequency here. So it was a different frequency as well.
So you're talking
it was beautiful.
Actual crickets you're talking about.
Yeah. Crickets crickets chirping slowed way down to way low speed. It sounded like angels singing in choir.
Wow. That's awesome.
I have the video. I saved that video. It's awesome. It's an old video, but I saved it, and I'm like, it'll make you relax. It'll make you cry. It'll make you believe that heaven is there, because that wasn't made up. In the 1920s, nobody can make up something digital and, trash it in the 1920s.
Yeah, there's a lot less manipulation that they were doing back then. That's for sure.
Oh, I'll say many much.
Say that there was no green screens back then, so yeah, they weren't doing that in the movies either. But interesting stuff. And yeah, for some of the stuff you guys are talking about in the chat, like private wars, for a long time, I definitely agreed with you. I always thought God was just walking in the garden, like in human form too. And then, some people would say that was Jesus, and not the Father. They were saying it's Jesus because how could the Father?
It was not. He sent angels. It says that in Genesis and in Enoch.
Like I said, you got to be careful because in the Hebrew, there's no such word. The word for angels is messengers, and that's not written there as far as in the Hebrew for who was in the garden. It says God was walking in the garden. It doesn't.
Well, he sent messengers. No, in Enoch, it says God did not walk. He sent messengers.
Well, Enoch's a totally different story. I don't know what part of Enoch we're talking. I'm just talking about in Genesis as far as.
Yeah, me too, because I'm a Genesis person.
Yeah. Well, it's a mystery because, like I said, I always thought God was physically walking, but then the way I'm reading this now, it's like it says his voice was walking in the wind of the garden, or the
Yeah,
or in
exactly.
the wind of the day, which could really translate to like there was a sound of God in the light, sound of the God spirit in the light, because the wind is the same word for spirit. So it could be saying like God, was God's spirit was heard, in the light, So
Yeah,
it's
and yeah, and I realized that. I read that.
yeah,
And you know what's and the other, you read that on about that, and it says, listen to the wind. Listen always to the wind.
yeah. The
And
winds.
I don't like high winds, and I get these storms and everything. And all these storms, bad storms, and you are supposed to be listening to the wind
Well,
no matter what.
the word
And
wind is spirit.
that's God telling you lots of stuff right there.
Yeah,
Have
yeah.
fun.
The words ruach in Hebrew, and it means wind and spirit. So that's why if you read, it'll make more sense to you if you understand what they're saying in Hebrew. So that's why I'm trying to like learn some of this stuff too, because it'll help out. So yeah, if you read certain verses and it talks about the wind, this it's the same word for wind as it is for spirit. So like this word ruach
Yeah,
could you could see the meaning spirit, wind, ghost, mood, breeze. So be careful when you're reading certain verses. If it talks about the wind, it might be talking about the spirit, because it's the same
exactly.
Hebrew
But
word.
if they're both together
Yeah,
and your spirit's being messed with because you need a bunch of wind, you're supposed to be listening to God and Christ.
yeah,
That's how I take it.
yeah. And as far as like just another thing I see in this chat that some of you guys are kind of going back and forth on, like the word Lucifer is only in the King James version of the Bible. So just be aware of that too, guys. Like some of these discussions we're having are translation issues, because the word Lucifer is only in the King James version. You're not going to see
It's only the fallen angel that it's hard to say what his name is today on earth. We gotta watch out for that.
Yeah, yeah, no. All I know is the King James is the only version that I know of that had. I mean, it might not be the only one, but King James uses the word hell, and the other translations they'll use, like the ESV will use Sheol. So the Hebrew term Sheol, L L. Hold on, let me not misspell that. Sheol.
Wow, I've never heard that. Wow.
Yeah, instead of, well, it's just like in the English. All right, so it's right there. Sheol. Sheol.
Oh, Sheol. Sheol.
Yeah, yeah. The Hebrew underworld. So the King James will use the word hell, but certain places will say in the ESV will say Sheol. But one verse that does say hell in like all translations is when Jesus talks about somebody going to hell. I forget where it was. Oh, cutting off your hand. That is hell and everything. So I'm sure in the Greek they use the word Hades there, and that's why it's hell in that verse too. But yeah,
Well, isn't Hades a place close to hell? And isn't paradise supposedly a place close to heaven? I don't believe in either one
I
of them.
think I think
I think we go to heaven or hell, period.
yeah, me too. Me too. I think I'm with you on that, Pam. I'm not one of those people that think about purgatory. I think it's pretty much you're gonna make it or you're not. But I am real
Exactly.
interested when I hear people talk about certain time frames, because that's a totally different discussion, and I don't have the answer to that. And, none of us do, but it's
I
interesting
know.
because I mean, for instance, some like Jamie Russell brought it up, and it was real interesting. He said, well, Jesus, why did Jesus have to conquer death for 3 days? Why wasn't Jesus just immediately in heaven? You know what I mean? So if Jesus himself had to go through 3 days of fighting death, like when we die, are we gonna just, did Jesus already fight that battle for us, and that's why it's immediate for us, or we also still gonna have
Yes,
3 days?
yes, but those 3 days were not they were not tantalizing and mean and destructive to him. It was a resting time for his physical body so God could fix it. He did rise, he did walk. I believe that very much. I do. And that's not gonna happen for just anybody. Everybody thinks, oh, I can do that then. Well, no, you can't. You're not even a
We got
practicing Christian. You're not ever going to do that. You're not even going to get to heaven. You'll never walk the path that he did. You're supposed to look at it and try really hard. And hardly anybody is. That's what screws me over. Hardly anybody is doing that.
Hey, look, Pam, Lou just joined us. So Pam wasn't able to hear the last guy, Mike. Lou, can you try talking, and then Pam, just jump in and let us know if you can hear Lou.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, good. Lou, all right.
Can you hear him?
yeah.
Kinda.
You can hear me?
Do you need to turn the volume up, Ryan?
Nah, his volume's loud. Can you hear him or not, Pam, when he talks?
No, I can't.
Damn.
I hear him I hear mumbling.
Oh, man, that's a mess. Yeah, because Pam wasn't able to, she had trouble getting on, and then she couldn't hear the last guy that was on. So I wanted to test it right away, because otherwise you would start talking and she'd start talking. So we'll just work around it, Pam, you know.
All right.
Is she
I'm going to take
using?
a little break anyway. I'm going to mute my mic and I'll be right back.
Try loading off and coming back on, because maybe you'll be able to hear them, because it's obviously a lot better when you can hear what the other guy says, the other person.
I'll say I want to hear you and them. Yeah.
So go off and try coming back on, hitting the link again if you can.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Pam.
You still got the link in there then?
Yeah, I'm putting it at the bottom for you, so it's easier.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. I'll be back then. I'll try.
Yeah, come right back. Just hopefully that way you can hear everybody. You can hear Lou too.
Yeah, I'm not done. I'm interested in this conversation, so thank you.
Cool.
Thank you, Ryan.
No problem. Thank you. Yeah, she wasn't.
Did she check her mic?
She when she first signed on, she couldn't sign up. She couldn't hear anything, and now she's only able to hear me for whatever reason. But that happened to Jesse before too. So I don't know. It happens sometimes. It is what it is.
Depends on the headset she using.
Yeah.
Because I got the Blue Parrot. When I use it on my other phone, it works, but when I use it on this phone, it don't work. I gotta use earphones with this phone.
You got a Bluetooth or something? You're saying what's a Blue Parrot? A Bluetooth?
It's a headset.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have to wear headphones ever, man. I mean, I had problems going on that other weirdo show, and then I realized it was just like because I'd always have StreamYard open, but StreamYard's weird sometimes, man. I don't know. Yeah. I've had issues hitting links and not having echoes and stuff, so it's weird. But we'll figure it out. We'll get there. I don't know how much of the show have you heard, or you just get here?
Yeah, I just got here.
Yeah, because I was going through some of the stuff that I got a new translation. You remember me saying I was going to get that new translation of Genesis, right?
A new translation of Genesis?
Well, it's this dude. It's that scholar guy. Remember?
That book.
Yeah.
I remember that.
So he's got it in English, but he's translating the Hebrew like closer to the actual Hebrew and not changing it to because like I was saying before, the words angel, soul, covenant, I think sin, like a bunch of words aren't in the Hebrew Bible. They're just like theological terms that the English translations add. So he's got different different words in certain spots. And one of the more interesting things that I just discovered was Noah's Ark. It's described as a Hebrew word, and he spells it differently than Strong's, but it's T-E-B-A in Strong's, and he spells it T-E-V-A-H. So Teva or Teba And it's the same word in Hebrew that they use for when Moses goes into the basket and gets pushed down the river. So think about that. Noah's Ark is the same Hebrew word as the basket that Moses gets put in by his mom. So like his way of describing it, like in his notes, is like it's talking about like papyrus reeds or whatever the Noah's Ark was built out of. It's obviously not speaking to what the size of the vessel is, and he doesn't use the word ark, he uses vessel. So that's something real interesting too, because they use ark, but then for Moses's mom putting them in a basket, they use the word basket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's why when I took you to the Blue Letter Bible, the biblical the outline usage of the word, it gives you different definitions. Because with Hebrew, I mean, Hebrew is a pretty complicated language to learn, because one word in Hebrew can mean like 8-9 different words in English.
Oh yeah,
know?
oh yeah. No,
And
dude,
like,
he has a bunch of stuff that's different. So
yeah,
it's been good. Like instead of rib, he uses the word side. So Adam made Eve out of his rib. He uses the word side. There's been a bunch of stuff like when the creatures and for people that are already listening, I'm just bringing Lou up to speed to some of the stuff I talked about earlier, because I already talked about this earlier. But like the animals, it'll say living life breathers. That's how he describes it. And like in the English translation, it'll say like God gave man the breath of life, but for the animals, it'll say like and God brought forth living creatures. But it's really in Hebrew, it's the same word. It's this word nefesh, 2 words, nefesh kaya, which means like life breath. So God gave the animals the same, gift of life that humans got, but in the English translations, it doesn't really reflect it. But there's a lot of stuff that's interesting in this. You should definitely get this book, man. You'd like it. It's well done. Like there's a couple things that I'm not crazy about. Like he calls Adam soil creature because like the Hebrew word is dirt. Like God brought us from the dirt or the dust or whatever. And he's like, in English, dirt has a negative connotation. So he wants to use soil instead. So that's like the one part of it so far that I haven't been crazy about, because I rather he just use dirt, you know what I mean? And just prefaced it with like explaining, dirt is, not negative like we think of it. But so that's like the one part. But besides that, man, there's a lot of good stuff in there. Like, for instance, also with Noah's Ark, it only says like all the land animals got destroyed. It never says anything about the animals in the sea or the waters getting destroyed.
nowhere in the Bible says that.
That's what I'm saying, but I never thought
It
that.
doesn't. The story never said nothing about the sea creatures. It only says about the land animals.
Exactly, but I never got that point, because in the English translations they'll replace the word land with earth. So
Yeah, earth,
yeah.
earth, 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 earth in the Bible means land.
Yeah, but that's like that'll mess you up if you're not aware what the Hebrew's really saying there. So yeah,
Yeah,
for a long time with Noah's Ark, I was getting confused. I'm not going to say I understood it clearly all the time, but reading his translation, it's like redundant. It's like over and over again, God just destroyed the creatures of the land. But it says the reason he destroyed them is because of their violence. And also, Lou, this is an awesome one for the kosher food stuff. When Hebrew Israelites try to bring up the food stuff, right after the flood in Genesis 9:3, it says God gave Noah and his I won't paraphrase, but I'm paraphrasing here, where I'm saying God gave Noah and the 8 people, him and his sons and the wives,
to eat everything. They can eat
all
everything.
living creatures. So I'll just read it, but yeah, Genesis 9:3 is like checkmate for like the same thing as Jesus saying it's not what goes into the mouth, because think about it. God just cleansed the whole earth with a flood. Is he gonna all right? So in the ESV it says every moving thing that lives shall be food for you, and as I gave you the green plants, I give you everything. So every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. Genesis 9:3. So when these Hebrew Israelites want to go with these kosher food law things, like how are you going to reconcile that with like right after the flood, when God just cleansed the earth and only saved Noah because he was a just man and his 7 other people? he's saying, "Oh, I give you every living thing." You know what I mean? Like it's checkmate for them and their little food law stuff.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. I mean, with the animals, I mean, most likely they was eating healthy, you know. So I mean,
well, that's
I'm pretty much,
another thing. Yeah, sorry.
yeah, yeah. I'm pretty much sure they were eating healthy, so they was clean to eat, you know. But I think the kosher people take it out of context when God says all animals are clean. He doesn't mean that he magically made them clean to eat, you know. Just the ones that's eatable, he made clean, you know.
Yeah, no, I took that for granted too, and it's actually in all the English translations too. But when Noah's putting the animals on the ark, he put seven animals on the ark that are for the clean, 7 pairs, male and female, for the clean animals. So it was only one for the unclean animals. So that shows you, because they were on the ark for a year, that they're either eating the clean animals, which I'm sure they were eating some of them on the ark, but also God just wanted to repopulate the earth with more clean animals too. So it says, like, I always thought in my head, like, just one of every, one male, one female of everything. But no, the clean animals, it was 7, and it's written right in all these all in the English translations too. So it's good to reread stuff, and it's just, obviously I'm rereading this in a newer translation, so some things are different. But then I look at some of the stuff like this in the English, and it's still the same regardless. But yeah, there's some interesting stuff, man. I mean, I definitely, it's a good book. It's worth getting it just because it just adds to your arsenal. Like I said, I don't agree with everything he says, but I definitely am learning, and I'm just taking what he says and making my own opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I saw you. I saw you on the chat on Sonnetta's chat. Like this man, when Chris Harris bombed in that debate, I was so tempted. Like, I'm not gonna lie, my first reaction was like, all right, yes, like I'm not gonna be that guy that says karma or nothing. But I was thinking, all right, you're gonna continue to mess with God, not Ryan, but you're gonna mess with God. You're gonna eventually get put in your place by God. But yeah, man, that I didn't see that debate. I know you're gonna have to give us the recap because you pay the $20. But no, I've been watching more Pastor Bennett afterwards, man, because I saw one or two of his old debates, and he is an animal. Because you said you never seen him lose, and I'd only seen him debate. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when I talked to you last time, I'd only seen him debate to Zariak and like a clip here and a clip there. I'd never watched a full Pastor Bennett debate, so I wasn't judging on like his actual style and how he does, but he is an animal in the debate. I ain't gonna lie. I like him a lot. As far as, I think he's one of the better apologists now. But yeah, you paid the $20 for it, right? So tell us a brief recap for those of us who have not paid the $20 to see that.
Oh, that man. I mean, Pastor Bennett was Pastor Bennett was bringing out some information. But Chris was using the same arguments some Hebrew Israelites use and other people use. They go straight to the Council of Nicaea, and they start talking about the slave ship and what the white man did. That's still not explaining how is Christianity the white man religion, right? What Pastor Bennett did, I mean, I think he read about the art of war, man. Because what he did, he took everything away, everything that Chris could feed off away from him by going all the way to the 1st century and going all the way to the ending of slavery, and gave a recap of the timeline. So anywhere Chris went, if it's not before the 1st century, I mean, he didn't really have an answer. He didn't really have an answer. He was stuck. So
he did a sexual tantrum.
Yeah.
F these guys, they're cheating me. And I mean, I guess I'm sure it wasn't.
No. He didn't do no tantrum. He didn't do no. What he did, he went back to what he did. He used his best weapon. And his best weapon is manipulating people and like trying to
Racism.
do, yeah, he trying to derail your image,
Yeah.
you know. So when he, you know, if he has 10 minutes to present his argument, 5 minutes he's gonna derail your image, and the next 5 minutes he's gonna talk about something irrelevant, you know. You're trying to derail Pastor Bennett image, and it caught up to him, man. And and that's when I guess he figured out he didn't have the information to stand toe to toe with Pastor Bennett, so he quit. He trying to say that he was stressing and he had a lot on his mind, this and that.
Yeah, I've watched
as a scapegoat.
Excuses, man. Like
Excuses.
Yeah. So what was it supposed to be? 3 rounds?
I don't know. I came in after the presentation because I couldn't I came in after. I think I came like a little late. I came in no, I came in and I couldn't hear him.
Yeah.
I had to figure it out.
I had technical issues with that too. That's pretty messed up. They're charging people $20 and they don't have the technical side of it straight. Like that's messed up. Yeah, some chick.
No, it wasn't no technical side. It's just I didn't know how to open the mic and so I could hear him. And then some guy told me what button to press, and I pressed it, and that's when I started hearing them. But that $20, I mean, I don't care.
$20, $20, yeah.
It's just the principle of him quitting, knowing that it was like 240 people in that debate. You charge 240 people $20. That's down to $5,000.
Yeah.
And then you expect for you to run from the debate and expect to get paid. I mean, and then you want to go
after the fact. Yeah. Just real quick, I just want to say something to Star Mannion. Mannion, I actually just learned this the other day myself, my friend. I see you putting enlarged for Japheth's name. Really, what in the Hebrew it means? In Hebrew, Japheth and Shem, they use the word large one and small one. Small one was for Ham because Ham was the younger brother. So in Hebrew, when they say small one, that's for the youngest, and large one's for older brother. So I don't know if I agree with you as far as what you're saying. Japheth means enlarge Russia, Europe. I think in the Hebrew that I just learned this yesterday, my friend. So don't think I knew this for 20 years, but you can Google it yourself. In the Hebrew, when they say small one, that's the youngest, and large one is the oldest. But yeah, man, I only watched the after shows, and like I said, it was tempting for me. It was okay. We got Pam back. Let's see if Pam can hear you. Hopefully, Pam, you back?
Yeah.
Hey, Lou, go ahead and see if you can hear Lou, Pam. Lou's going to talk. Tell us if you can hear him.
You can hear me, Pam?
Wait a minute.
Did you hear him?
Wait a minute.
He just asked if you could hear him. I don't know if you heard him say that.
I did.
She goes, I did, and then we lost her. All right. Well, hopefully we'll get Pam back. She's been having technical issues. But nah, man, I watched the after shows and just like I was fighting, like I said, like I'm like trying to be a Christian and like not selling, like love thy enemies, like is real. Like Christ didn't just say that. So it's like I'm not gonna lie. Like my first half hour watching it, when I just see the headline, like Pastor Bennett 2nd round KO, and I see everybody on Saudetta just like trashing him, and he's got to be banned for a year and all this stuff. I'm like, oh man, he got what he had coming type of thing. But then I like flop my emotions, and I'm just like, all right, man, no matter what, you got to try to get to the point where you can get to the point where you're like,
But it's not. I mean,
it's hard.
No. I mean, you can still love him, but I mean, it's just. I mean, him saying fuck the Bible, fuck God, and all this. Yeah. I mean, he deserved that. He deserved that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
He deserved that. I'm not saying. I'm not. I mean, it's not like you saying. It's not like you want to. It's not like you saying you want to see him burn in hell. So you just.
No.
You hate the sin, but you don't hate the sinner.
Yeah. But Pam, can you hear Lou now? Pam,
Yes.
did you hear Lou when he was just talking?
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
Pam. All right.
okay.
So you hear him now? What did you just say, Pam? Did you hear him right there say okay? We can't hear you right now, Pam. I don't know.
Wait a minute. I gotta get out of this
Okay.
private chat.
Okay, I can hear you now. I can hear you. Just let us know if you can hear Lou. So, you know.
Oh, yeah,
What?
I can hear Lou. Can you hear
Oh, you
me?
can
I
hear me?
hear Lou.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear Lou, and I hear
Okay.
Ryan.
Awesome. You fixed it. Whatever you did, you fixed it.
Well, I was chatting in your private chat to tell you I could hear Lou.
Cool. What state you from, Pam? You sound like you're down south somewhere. Where are you from?
No, I'm just over a couple states from you in Indiana. I'm in East Central Indiana, like
Midwest.
on the Ohio line. I know I
Yeah.
sound like a hick. I'm not a hick.
No, you don't sound like
I'm not a southern hick, but there's a lots of hicks up here around here, so we adapt their uh language and
their accent,
yeah,
dialect.
the accents. Thank you.
Well, Indiana. When I only been to the West Coast one time, flying to Oregon for when I was a kid for a soccer tournament. When you fly over the middle of America, you take for granted how much farmland there still is in America. So, yeah, you're just you're closer to that type of stuff. Like
But Bill Gates keeps buying it all up and is gone. Yeah, I'm in it's all the farmland, and it's few and far between with people and stuff. But everybody from the south has migrated northerly because they don't have jobs down there in the south. 20 years ago, the jobs disappeared and they all migrated up here. I mean, even in the 1950s, they did, and asking for help and doing everything, and I don't mind. It's fine if I'm a southern girl as long as I'm a Christian, but I'm not. I sound like one, but somebody told me I sounded like I was from Texas. You're Christian.
Nah,
Like,
nah.
no.
You sound like you're from the Midwest.
Yeah.
I was
Right.
I was gonna say that, but
That's right
Ryan
where
had
I'm
kicked
at.
in first. Yeah, she
Well, that's
sound like
right
a
where I'm
Midwest
at,
person.
Lou. Thank you.
well, Lou
I'm in
actually gets out.
I'm in the eastern southern Midwest. I'm halfway down Indiana, a couple states from Ryan to the west, and I'm down the middle of the state. So I'm not a
Yeah.
southern girl,
No,
and it gets really cold here in the winter, and the
yeah.
weather is weird here, very weird here. You never
You
know
sound like
what
you sound
day
you,
to
you
day.
you sound like you're from the little towns of the Midwest, like
Yeah.
the cornfields and all that.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a cornfield and a
Oh
soybean
wow.
field. You're
Oh
exactly right, Lou. Thank you.
wow.
Lou drives the truck.
Yeah.
He gets out more than me. He sees the
Yeah.
whole country. But yeah, I just heard some sort of accent. I couldn't put. I don't know what I sound like. I got a weird. I don't sound like anything. So, uh,
Yeah,
I'm
you do. Well, you don't sound like a New Yorker like you're supposed to.
well.
I've
That's what I
been to
mean.
New York. I've
Yeah, I'm
been to
not
New
from the
York with
city.
my employer several times, and you
Yeah.
don't even sound like you ever lived there, Ryan.
Well, no, I'm not from Long Island. Like David's got like the Long Island accent. Like I'm not from Long Island. Like New York's a lot bigger than people think. Like New York, you got like I'm 2 hours from New York City. I'm like 20 minutes from Albany, which is the capital. So I'm
Well,
by Albany.
hey, dude, you don't have a New York accent, and you should have. You don't.
Yeah,
You
I know.
gotta.
I
You
got to
must
move
be taking
down
a
to Long
class to
Island.
not have an accent at all. Some
Yeah,
people do that. Did you
nah,
do that?
David's got the Long Island accent, but
Yeah, he does.
yeah. What's going on, Tyler Feller? I was watching some of your show earlier, man. That was a good show you did earlier too, my friend. So I'm just checking that out for a little bit earlier. I definitely am glad you're able to reach as many people as you can, Tyler, because that's doing God's work. So I'm glad you mix in, whatever content you do, but you also always make time to, share your ministry side of things too. That's like the perfect medium that I'm trying to, grow my channel to reach more people too. And whatever way you can, that's why God blesses you in so many ways is to reach people. If you want to come on, feel free. We don't have too much of a set subject. We're just freestyling. Again, we've been talking a lot about Genesis just because that's where I was, reading the new translation with the Hebrew and some of the subtle differences between the English and the Hebrew. And, so whatever else you guys want to get into is more than fine by me. The Chris Harris thing, it wasn't, like I said, it was one of those things where it's like, I can't lie. My first reaction was to be happy, but then I kind of fought it. And I was like, try not to celebrate too much when somebody has a downfall, even when they're somebody that obviously isn't rooting for you in any way. But yeah, we'll get into that some other time. We'll get back to this other stuff. I was just interested because I know you pay the $20, so I was wondering what happened. But yeah, eventually maybe he'll put it out. But yeah, I mean, it's hard not to talk about it because like the way he reacted afterwards was just typical how he is too. It's like you can't just say you messed up and you got to blame other people. It's just like that dude's crazy. But he's something else. But yeah, I mean, what subject you guys want to get into? I mean, you guys have a certain biblical issue? You guys, Pam, do you have something you want to get in? Or Lou, do you guys want to talk about a specific thing?
Certainly, but I want to ask you first why you don't have your New York accent and why I'm in the northern,
because I'm upstate,
eastern United States and sound like I'm a hick from the south.
You don't sound like you're a hick. I just asked if you're from down south. That's all I asked. I'm not. See, you're doing what the English translation's do in certain spots, and you're adding.
Now I asked you why. I don't care.
I didn't say Pam sound like a hick. I said, Pam, are you from down south? Because you sounded like you had an accent. That's all.
Yeah, I know, but I asked you why you don't have a New York accent because I know what they are because I've been there.
Well, it's because
where's your Eastern accent, Ryan?
Well, like Buffalo.
I'm just kidding you.
I know. I'm just saying, like Buffalo's New York, and if you live in Buffalo, you're not going to have any accent. It's like the only people in New York that actually have accents are like New York City people. Like I don't know why they get it either. I can't. Why people get accents in general is bizarre to me. Like the craziest one is Massachusetts. Like I don't know how people get the Boston accent. Like it is.
So you're north of that. You're west and north of that, closer to Canada then? Upstate New York?
Yeah, I'm right next to
all right. That right there explains it. That's all right. Yeah.
Cool.
New York City, I've been there. And you can tell a New York City person in a minute from an immigrant, somebody else already over there.
Yeah.
A true New York City person, they've got the real accent. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Tyler Fellers just joined us too, so go ahead, Tyler.
What's up, everybody? I can't be on very long, but just wanted to say I appreciate you, Ryan, and I enjoyed the content that you put out, especially when you go through like entire books of the Bible. And
I'll mute me and see if I can hear anybody.
Oh, you can't. Sorry, Tyler. Pam, you can't hear Tyler because she was having technical issues earlier. Can you hear Tyler?
No, but I'm gonna mute my mic.
I'll mute you and I'll unmute you when he's done talking. That way you know when he's done talking. Go ahead, Tyler, because she was having technical issues.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully you guys can hear me. Hopefully everybody can hear me. But anyways, I was just saying I really appreciate your content, especially when you're going through different books of the Bible. That's so helpful for people. And honestly, I really pray for your YouTube channel and pray that it continues to grow because you bring everybody back to the Word.
Hey, man, I'm trying. I'm not perfect by any means. None of us are, but I'm trying. Thank you for that. And like I said, I was checking you out earlier, and you're doing the same thing, man. And the other stuff you get into as far as like the missing person stuff, that's God's work. You know what I mean? So it's like it doesn't always have to be a Bible study. It can, God wants us to do works. You know what I mean? He doesn't want us to just teach the scriptures. He wants us to feed the poor. He wants us to help people too. So it's like everything. As long as we're all doing that, I think it's all the same mission, the same goal, at the end of the day.
My strategy is like to talk about current events and missing person cases that are in the headlines. And I do that on Monday through Thursday. And I use it as a tool to push them to Faith Friday is what we call it, where we share the gospel and pray for people. And it's been an extremely effective strategy for us. But there's a lot of other like just Christian channels that do really well. And you can check some of those out. Like Isaiah Saldivar is one, or Mike Signorelli, who's a good friend of mine, is another channel. Vlad Savchuk is another channel. He has a channel called Hungry Generation as well. And like they use great titles, great thumbnails, and create this amazing content that draws people in. And I could totally see you doing that, Ryan. And I think your channel would just take off. Like you studied some of these Christian influencer channels because you're so rooted in the word. You can, I could see you making some videos that are really helpful for people.
I appreciate the optimism and also like telling me a couple other places to check out because I think it is all just part of like figuring everything out. Like YouTube's just a new thing for me. I only started it 8 months ago, but really only like 2 months ago, real seriously. Cause I did it 8 months ago, but I'd make a video, then I'd go a month and I made, 5 videos in the first 6 months. So, it's definitely new to me. And, I'm trying to work on all that. I definitely got to talk to you sometime about how you do like the tagging and cause I don't understand. Like when you do tagging for your videos, do you put hashtag in that or do you just write the term? Like just out of curiosity. Cause I
don't ever tag anything, just to be honest.
Oh, really?
It's like such a
I'm
tiny
going
little
here and
factor
say
of what
goodnight.
happens.
Yeah.
Most important is thumbnail. Second most important is title. And so YouTube's looking at your what's called CTR, click-through rate. So if you have a really good thumbnail and a good title and people click on it, they'll serve it up to more people. And so like the tags are
minimal.
Yeah, and actually I find when I don't tag, they guess what my tag should be, and it's more helpful than if I tagged it myself most of the time. Because I tagged a lot in the beginning, and it made no difference. Tagging or no tagging, it literally makes zero difference.
Yeah, because I was curious about because I'm new to it, and like I said, I'd put random things in the tag, and I never noticed much of a difference either. Just out of curiosity, and Pam, here I just was muting you so you knew Tyler was talking, but can you hear Tyler talking now, Pam, or no?
No, not yet. Sorta.
I don't know.
Sorta. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. I was just hitting mute on you so you knew he was talking because I don't know why your sound's been messed up.
For some reason, it's mumbled on my end. I can hear you great, clear as a bell.
Here, Tyler, try talking again to see if Pam can hear you. Go ahead, Tyler.
Pam, can you hear me?
I guess that's a no. All right, so you didn't hear him ask, did you, Pam?
No, tell him to adjust his audio. That's the major issue on the StreamYard.
That's what I fucking hate.
Pam, it's not him. It's your sound. I don't know who that guy was either, but we're not going to play that game, whoever that guy was. But yeah. All right. Well, Pam, I'll just keep it mute when Tyler's talking, just because you can't hear him. But we'll keep it moving for now. He can't stay too long anyway, so we'll work around it. But
well, yeah. Tell him to fix maybe an audio issue, like the media audio needs to be turned up, and that would help a lot.
Well, he can hear you.
Do that, especially if you're on a phone.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, he can hear you, but like I said, I think it's on your end, Pam. So we'll just work around it. But yeah, what's a rough idea of your click-through rate, if I could ask? Like, I don't think it's like asking your bank account.
It totally depends, but like
a rough do on my what?
No, I was asking Tyler, Pam. Just hold on. I'll hit mute when he's talking. Go ahead, Tyler. Go ahead.
Yesterday, I did a video where the click-through rate was literally 15% on a video.
Oh, that's high. Yeah, mine's like 3.5, and then it was like 5 or 6%. So that's real high.
I think anything above 5% is good.
Yeah, that's real good. 15%. Well, one of these days, maybe I'll talk to you when you got more time off air or something about more of that stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely trying to learn, and I appreciate the kind words. And like I said, I was watching your stuff earlier, and God bless everybody that's able to help anybody and reach anybody, because we're all just unworthy servants doing our best, in whatever way we can. But
I would say,
hey Tyler, hey Tyler, I don't mean to cut you off, but your channel sounds familiar. Did you have a discussion on the Exodus?
No.
He's got-
Okay, yeah, because I remember watching a channel that had most likely I was looking for something about the Bible, but it started showing missing person pictures on the channel.
Yeah, that is
I
his channel.
forgot. Yeah, it had little videos, short videos of missing person, but I forgot what I was watching the channel for. I'm trying to see if I subscribe to it. What's the name of the channel?
Tyler Feller.
Tyler Feller. Oh no, I ain't subscribed.
Oh, that's coincidence then, because he does have some videos on missing persons too. But yeah, what actually, if I could ask you, what got you into that specific case? Was it somebody you knew put you onto it, or how do you determine which cases you put your time into, Tyler?
Well, for me, like I'm trying to cast a really wide net because I want to reach as many people with the gospel as possible. So I cover cases that are big in the news. And so the current case that I've been studying, there's a big following of people that are interested in it. And so that's really where it came from.
Yeah, it's a good idea, man. I mean, it's like any other business. It's got to be a balance between marketing and you know what everything else you do. But as long as you're doing it for purpose and God's purpose at the end of the day, I think again it's important to reach people because you know you could be saying something perfect, but if you're not saying it to anybody, you know, a big audience, then what's you know.
Yeah.
I won't say what's the point, but it's also
It comes with a lot of criticism, though. Like I have entire
sure.
channels dedicated to streaming about negative things about me. So like there's always a give and a take, like a plus and a minus with it. And so just
Yeah.
persecution that comes with the territory, I think.
Yeah, I know. I heard you speaking on that tonight, where you're just like, you know, if I say I bless somebody or something, you know what I mean? Somebody's going to say something. Yeah, I heard you say something about something like that. I understand where you're coming from because people are going to be judgmental either way.
Oh, they twist my words no matter what.
Yeah.
I think some cool videos like for you that would be interesting because you know a lot about different theologies and stuff that would be clickable. Like if you did a video on like the difference between United Methodist theology versus Southern Baptist, like things like that. Like think through what are some things people would click on, and I think that's a really interesting one. Or the difference between what Hebrew Israelites believe versus evangelical Christians, like that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And I think it's really just to do like a side by side of that stuff. So I think there's a lot of things that people want to know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm no expert in the first part of the what you said, the Methodist aspect and the product, but I know in America of the Christian population, like most of them are I think Southern Protestants. I'm not positive, but I was gonna do a thing on I was gonna possibly do a debate on are Christians being persecuted in America, which was a ridiculous topic, but some guy was trying to claim they were, and I was going to compare it to the worldwide epidemic and all. But yeah, I mean, just finding the right title is really important. Stuff like that. I definitely hear what you're saying. I'm
when
gonna.
you think about like Christians being persecuted, I would say like, no, we're not being persecuted in the fact that our heads are not being cut off, but yeah, our YouTube channels are being shadow banned. Our Twitters are being taken down. Having a conservative or an evangelical or even a biblical worldview is so counter to the narrative that big tech really wants to push. And so people say, oh, we live in a democracy. Really, we live in a techocracy, and the executives of Google, the executives of Twitter, the executives of Facebook and Amazon rule the world. And when anybody, even someone as powerful and as rich as Elon Musk, tries to speak truth to that power, they get completely smeared. And so when you think about how war is transforming from physical battles to war that's done digitally, there's a little bit of persecution in that realm. Now, like physically, definitely there's not persecution for believers in America. But digitally, heck yeah, there is big time.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying there for sure. I mean, there's certain parts of it where it's like, but it's just like for me, like when I think of it all depends on your overall definition of persecution. Like for me, persecution is like, can you practice the faith? Are you in danger? You know, are you able to worship? Because there's people like when I was going to possibly do this debate, like it's surprising, but there's people all over the world, still getting killed, churches getting like destroyed, burned down. Like Nigeria, I guess, is the worst country in the world to be a Christian. Like 4,000 Christians or something a year die every year just for being a Christian. And
I'm
obviously,
sure it's more than that in Mozambique the past year.
well, at least 4,000 from what I got Google wise. That's what it was saying. That was the worst spot in the world to be a Christian, is in Nigeria somewhere. But yeah, I mean North Korea. I mean, when you actually go through the global and you think about places like North Korea and China, and we are blessed to be able to practice our faith just to the extent we're able to practice it in America, because it's not like that everywhere. And we do take, or at least myself, I take it for granted that I'm able to just go to my church or buy a Bible or talk about these things, where in some countries it is a death sentence and something you got to worry about. But yeah, it is interesting. So basically that's where I was at as far as the our Americans being persecuted type of thing. I was just like, you know what I mean?
This is an interesting website called the World Watch List. The
Yeah.
top 50 countries where it's most difficult. Obviously, whenever the Taliban took over in Afghanistan, North Korea, Somalia due to clan oppression, Libya, a lot of it's Islamic, Yemen, Eritrea. I've never even heard of that. A dictatorial paranoia. Nigeria, Pakistan, Iran, India, Saudi Arabia. Isn't that wild?
It all makes sense though. And also when you think about the populations of those places that you just put up there, like, India and China are just half the world's population right there, essentially. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know what I mean? It's not a joke. It's like, where was China on that one? Where was it?
17.
Oh, China. We didn't see China yet, but either way, that's the top 50 watch list. If you look at those countries, like you said, a lot of Muslim places, a lot of Africa, and then you just got North Korea, China. But the populations of those places, it's staggering. We forget America's only 330 million people or around there. You know what I mean? It's not the world, and the Christianity isn't just accepted everywhere still. So it's
so heartbreaking, honestly. Mozambique, which I mentioned, is number 41.
Yeah. I thought for whatever reason, whatever article I read said Nigeria like had the most people getting killed. But I mean, all those sites, it's gonna vary, year by year, wherever their data's from. And
persecution in Nigeria is brutally violent. In much of northern Nigeria, Christians live their lives under constant threat of attack from the Boko Haram and the Islamic State of Western Africa province. So, I mean, it's rough. Christians who convert from Islam face rejection from their families, pressured to recant their faith, and then they're attacked by their family for even believing. That's in Nigeria.
See, these are good videos that you should do, because you got a bigger audience than me, but also I should do too. Just to try to bring some awareness, so maybe somebody will, tell somebody else that can do something, type of thing. Somebody with more power than me or you could go somewhere and
never underestimate. There's 8 people watching right now. You never know who those 8 people are, so you never need to underestimate like who the one person is that's watching it that could go change the world or could give you a hand up. I mean, think about that.
That's what I was surprised when I saw you watching the one day where we were doing the thing on Judges, and you came through with the Shamgar movie, and I'm sure Lou probably remember. Lou, you were here when he came through with that, right? I don't know. I'm not trying to just
the what?
Remember he was the guy who had the friend with the Shamgar movie. Remember when I was doing the Book of Judges?
What's the Shamgar movie?
I don't know if you were on the stream. I showed a clip that his friend did a movie on Amazon about Shamgar, the judge. One of the 12, which is kind of hard to do because there's only one line in the Bible about Shamgar. So
it's a good movie though.
It's pretty, it looked like a good action movie. I ain't gonna lie, but I was gonna ask, like, why didn't he pick King David or somebody? Like he went uphill with the Shamgar. I'm not gonna lie on that, but it's also a character nobody ever talks about too, though. So it's actually good to bring awareness to the fact of these stories are in there. Like even Samson would have been more content, but I mean exactly what he's doing, trying to get the Old Testament theme park. Like if you could make an Old Testament theme park for kids to go do like a Harry Potter thing, and you would think there'd be a lot of people and money behind that. So
Yeah.
I can see his overall vision too, and you know that movie was to start out. You know, I forget what he called it, but a trial run or whatever. Because if he could start making movies on all the characters and eventually do
a proof of concept.
Proof of concept. That's what it was. Yeah. Oh, Sherry said she watched it. Sherry watched it. Okay, cool. So Sherry,
it's a really good. It's 20 minutes, but it's a really good 20-minute film.
Oh, it's only 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that part either, because
it's basically like him slaughtering all the people.
I got that far. I got that. He had that ox goad. I know he had that ox goad. I saw that.
Yeah, it's basically like, you know, him being anointed by God for battle to hold the pass.
Yeah.
And then him killing a bunch of people.
I watched all the behind the scenes stunt coordinated and all that. I watched all that. So yeah, that's awesome. I gotta watch it sometime too.
There's a podcast by this guy named Sean Bowles on YouTube. If you go look up Sean Bowles and Cody Bobe, that's a really good interview where Cody talks a lot about that stuff.
Is that he interviewed some guy that was in like the military and the UFC? Is that guy, or no? Is that somebody different?
No. I'm talking about an interview where Cody is being interviewed by someone else.
Okay.
And that's a really good interview to watch because he gets into detail about like some of his thoughts behind the movie. I'll put it in the private chat, the link to it, so you can save it and watch it later if you want.
Yeah, because I was watching videos on his channel. I like the guy. I was surprised he went with Shamgar as far as the movie, but Sherry watched it. And yeah, if it's only 20 minutes, it makes a lot more sense now. Because like I said, it would just be hard to make a 2-hour video with only, unless you had a lot of Jewish, like rabbinical, like, you know, outer biblical stories and stuff about Shamgar, you know, which have to exist. You know what I mean? They have to exist too. So I'm sure he has more than just the one scripture to make the movie. I'm sure, because if I was going to do that, I would look into the Jewish oral traditions and all that, you know, because there's that was what was surprising about the Book of Judges was it was like 6 of the judges only had like 1 or 2 sentences about them. And, you know, we take that for granted that we had 12 judges in the Book of Judges, but literally like 6 of the judges only had 1 or 2 lines. So it'd be like the same thing as Shamgar. It'd be like he had 30 donkeys and 30 sons. And, you know, we're missing what's actually trying to be communicated there for sure. That's one of the things where we're definitely not reading it because, you know, there's more there than what we're getting in the English.
Wouldn't it be amazing to have all of these books written about Jesus's life that we're not able to know?
Yeah, like in the Book of John when it says, you know, and Lou, jump in here at any time too, man. I don't know. I know you're probably driving and stuff too, but just jump in. But because we lost Pam. But yeah, when John at the end of the Book of John, when he says, you know, if all the books were written, there wouldn't be enough, you know, room in the world for them all. It's pretty. It's like what I think about too is like in the end of, I think it was either John or Luke, but when he's on the road to Damascus or whatever, not Paul in Damascus, but Damascus, when, you know, that Jesus isn't being recognized by them, but then he's breaking the scriptures down for him. Like if we had that information that they had today, because he was clearly breaking down Old Testament scriptures about himself. Yeah, I would love to have the insight to break down those scriptures. So when people ask for like prophetic scriptures about Jesus, because that's what we got to work on too as Christians, is finding better Old Testament prophecies, you know, to talk, because for instance, like when Jesus says, you know, Moses wrote about me, like we don't really know where to go in Moses to point to the Jesus verses, you know.
Have you ever read the Case for Christ book?
No.
So the Case for Christ is like this really cool book, and they actually turned it into a movie that's done really well. But essentially, there's this guy. He's a believer. He's not a believer. He's an atheist, and he got really upset why like the whole culture celebrates Easter, celebrates Christmas, and he goes to Yale University. His name's Lee Strobel. He goes to Yale University, gets an investigative journalist degree, starts working for the Chicago Tribune, and he decides like, okay, I'm going to write an article about why Christianity's fake. And he's like, if I can disprove the resurrection of Jesus, then it sort of like disproves everything that there is. And so he ends up investigating Christianity and ends up converting to Christianity himself in the process. because
Yeah.
he's like, he ends up saying it takes more faith to believe that Jesus didn't raise from the dead than it would be to believe, you know, the opposite. So you should definitely check out that book. It's called The Case for Christ by Lee Strobel.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's just God working through people as always too. It's like, you know, okay, buddy, you're gonna write a book about the case against me. Okay, just like Paul, you know, okay, Paul, you're gonna keep killing Jews. All right, I got something for that, you know. So God's always waiting to convert people, and that's the beauty of God is instead of making that person that is, you know, a blasphemer and a liar and whatever an enemy, God brings that person to him where you know everybody else in human nature that has these human emotions that we don't adopt before we have faith, we would, if we were in the power of authority, we would just destroy our enemy. But what does God do? God converts that person, and then that person becomes a great vessel to you know speak the word. So
But not just that, like the information that he collected and wrote in that book is really powerful. It goes with what you're saying. Like you were saying, we need to do a better job of talking about some of the Old Testament prophecies and how they were fulfilled. Well, that book does a really incredible job where he's uncovered incontestable evidence supporting the claims of Jesus. It's like 450 pages long, and it is just a powerful defense for the Christian faith.
Yeah, I have to check it out. I like I said, I just bought all these other new books, so I mean, I'm trying to get through what I can get through at the time. But yeah, I mean the Old Testament scriptures I'd love to have, and also proving the historical Jesus is something that I wish all Christians could be better at, myself included, because scholars, you know, but I just saw a thing on Genghis Khan yesterday, just watching YouTube. And Lou, please jump in, man. I know you're a patient listener and better than me at it. You put 1 James 19 into practice better than I do, but and I think that's the one where it says everybody be slow to listen, slow to speak, quick to listen. Let me get that verse for people. But yeah, I mean, what was I gonna say? Proving historical Jesus is something we all got to work on. You know, it's definitely something we all fail at. To be honest with you, I mean, there are people that'll say like, you know, it's unquestionable that Jesus existed and so forth. But then when you try to Google stuff and get the information to show people, it's not that easy. Like we all know Jesus existed and we all believe in the Bible as a source. But there's people out there, once they don't accept the Bible as a source, that makes it harder. And Pam, sorry we had the technical issues, and you know, we're going to definitely try to make sure we get you back on sooner than later. I mean, you could try again even tonight if you want, but I know it's frustrating with the technical issues. So sorry about that, Pam. But yeah, I got to go to the bathroom real quick, guys. If Lou and Tyler can talk, go ahead.
Yeah, but I was gonna say scientists, scholars. The consensus for the historical Jesus is overwhelmed by scholars that they are agree with the historical Jesus existing, but you know, you got the skeptics that don't believe in the miracles and all that other stuff, but they do believe he existed. He is a historical person.
Yeah.
I mean, the more what these skeptics not what they not understanding is the more they add the technology, the more they giving, you know, Christians more room to prove God, you know. I mean, it's so much. I don't know if you watched I don't know if you watched this video, Patterns of Evidence, what the Christian side of the Bible is being spoken of, the Christian scholars and historians and all that we don't hear their voice. We always, you know, when you're looking at YouTube videos, you hear people saying names like Michael Hoffmeyer and Israel Finkelstein and all that, but you'll never see these people that they talking about. There's a video I call Pattern of Evidence. You hear from all of them. I'm like, wow, the stuff they say. I'm like, when it comes to the Bible, these skeptics are really biased. They're really biased. They don't want to know. that God exists. They don't want to know everything in the Bible is true. Well, I ain't gonna say everything in the Bible. You know what I mean? I mean, some of the stuff I feel like there's a lot of hyperbole languages in the Bible. So, you know, but we
I think
know
it's all
God
true.
exists.
I think it's all true.
Yeah, I believe it's all true, but it's just some of it I think is exaggerated, you know, because I mean it's just like with the Exodus, a total of what is it, like 2 million people, 6 million people? I'm like, how did they count that much people? You know, I'm
I
thinking
mean,
like,
there was a whole book in the Bible dedicated to them counting.
yeah, the census.
Yeah.
Yeah, the census. Yeah, they counted. Yeah, they did the census when they got to Israel, but I don't think they had time to do a census running from leaving Egypt.
Well, they
They
were
were
out
trying
there
to
for
get out
40
of there.
years. I mean, you would think they could count to 1 million in 40 years.
Yeah, yeah, but no, the thing is when they were leaving Egypt, I don't think they kept count of everybody. I think they just gave a exaggerated number.
I see.
Yeah, because I mean, when you look at it, like when you look at the situation, why would they have a census leaving Egypt? You know, and then when they end up in the desert, that's a lot of that's something else these skeptics get wrong. They don't read the Bible right. They like, oh, why did they take the long way? You know, and why didn't they take the short way? Well, God said he didn't want them to take the short way. He wanted them to take the long way. But what they forgot to read is that God kept them in that desert for 40 years because of their sins. Because, you know, because of their sins, to make them, make them wander around the desert for 40 years before they left the desert. You know, skeptics skip that part. They skip that part right there. But yeah, man, I'm like, why would they have a census in the desert? You know, technically it wasn't a desert when they were crossing it. When they were crossing, it wasn't a desert. But every time I think about them going through that desert, you know, I mean, I think to myself, how did they take showers?
I mean, I don't think there were showers in.
Like bathe themselves in that desert. I know it wasn't no water over there. Or maybe God being in that cloud made it rain to where they could take a bath. Yeah. I mean, seriously, when you think about you know, like that, like them in the desert. I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but you don't wonder sometimes, like, what were they doing for 40 years? How did they live life? How did they reproduce the animals? Well, they ate manna. But what type of animals they brought to the desert that could survive in the desert for that long?
I'm Googling, like, how did the Israelites bathe in the wilderness? And I found this website where a guy is like trying to answer the question. He's like, this is not an easy question to answer. And the shortest answer that one can give is that we don't know. I'm like, yeah. I mean, that's the truth.
I mean, God was in the clouds of pillars. So, I mean, my best guess will be he made it rain.
It says this in Exodus chapter 30, verse 17 through 21. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, you shall also make a laver of bronze, and with its base also bronze for washing. You shall put it between the tabernacle of meeting and the altar, and you shall put water in it. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet in water from it when they go into the tabernacle for meeting, when they come near the altar to minister, to burn an offering made by fire for the Lord. They shall wash with water or they'll die. They shall wash their hands and their feet or they'll die. And it shall be a statute forever to them, to him and his descendants throughout their generations. So I think that's an interesting thing. We know that they had bronze,
water. Yep. And you know the wood that they built the covenant with, the ark with,
Yeah.
It's a wood that could last for 400 years.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of the tree. I was doing some, I was reading the Exodus story, like every time I read the Bible, I always approach it as if I don't know what I'm reading. And I seen a tree. Forgot the name of that
I think
tree.
it's called like a shita tree.
Yeah. It starts with an S. Yeah. And they use that tree to that arm bar that they use to carry the ark. They used that because they knew that type of wood would last for like a long time. But the thing is, what had me thinking, like, how would they know that if they was in Egypt?
Mm-hmm.
What would they purpose be to deal with that tree? To build something with that tree. I mean, it's a lot of, it's just a
Well, that
lot of.
tree is a part of the acacia family, and it's the same thing that the burning bush was. Like all of it ties together.
Yeah. Yep.
It's about
Yep.
like the thing that God uses to speak to us is the thing that God, uses later in our destiny. I gotta hop off here though, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right.
Sorry, I had to grab some meds real quick. Sorry. Thanks for coming on, Tyler, man. Thanks, man. Keep up the good work yourself, man. I'm watching you too.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
All right, Tyler.
Take it easy, bro. Oh, all right. Yeah, I had to take a leak, get meds, do all that nonsense. Then I got down here and my glasses were dirty. I had to go back upstairs, clean them. But yeah, man, it's the trees Noah's Ark was used. One of them in this translation I got, it's called gopher, like GOPHER for Noah. I'd be interested, the Hebrew word.
I don't think that was the wood they used. It was an unknown wood. I think they just put that in there. Yeah, you could you could research it, because I was like, what type of wood did he use to build the ark? And that wood is an unknown wood. But most like I mean,
well, like I said, the same Hebrew word for the basket Moses was put in is the same Hebrew word tava, and it's spelled Teba in Strong's, but the translation I got, the guy spelled it Tevah, tava. So that's probably closer to how it's pronounced. It's the same.
Yeah, when you think about the Noah and the ark story, I mean, it doesn't say the exact location he built the. I don't know if it says it. If it says the location he built the ark, but even though I'm pretty much sure he was far away from the ocean or the sea, for God to come to him and say, build him an ark in the middle of a land, I mean, that does sound pretty outrageous.
Yeah, well, it also says, like in the translation I was just reading, like, and I don't know if I've caught this in other versions where I read it, but it's like all the animals came to Noah. So it's just like God was obviously working hand in hand with him throughout all the process too. So it's not like he rounded up all the animals, like God just made all the animals come to him. But yeah, for believers, like it's not an easy subject for us, and like the best thing you can do is just say, like, I can't explain it all. Like that's the best answer you can give people. Type, when people are atheists or whatever, they're trying to. It's hard though, because it's like
they're trying to naturalize the Bible.
Yeah. They're
trying, because I was watching this debate on the Hezekiah and King Sennacherib when the angel of death killed that 180,000 men, the Assyrians.
Yeah.
The debate was about whether it was naturalism or was it a miracle, because scholars are silent about how did the soldiers die.
Yeah, how did the angel kill him? Yeah, was it axe? Was it how did they die? Yeah, that's the Bible leaves some stuff for us to try to figure out on our own, or just leave it unsaid. Like God doesn't need to when God says he killed people, just believe he ended their time. You know, it's like, who knows? But these are natural good questions, especially for,
But the but
skeptics.
but the thing is, when God said, when the Bible said the angel of death killed them, they thinking as if a angelical being popped up in the scene and just killed all of them. You
No,
know, it
no.
could that angel of death could represent a virus or
Yeah.
oxygen, where something natural, that
Yeah.
something natural, they died a natural cause, but the angel of death represented that natural cause. It's
Well,
just like,
angel doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible. It's messenger. You know what I mean? So,
or yeah, messenger, angel. I mean, it's still the same, but
yeah, that's the thing. Like when people like the
yeah,
scholar guy James Tabor tried to use that argument, like, well, angel doesn't exist. Well, I've met angels in my life. Like angels exist. Like, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's not a question like if they and you can just read in the stories sometimes. They're obviously more than messengers, but like what you're saying though is true. Like the virus, it's described as an angel, but the Hebrew word could have been messenger. So it could have been like a
yeah,
messenger of death, basically, just like, But I don't know, man. Those are good questions. Like, we don't have the answers for them, so it's not good to just make up the answers either. That I think that's the best thing people can do too. Is if you don't have an answer, don't try to make one up. Don't say, "Oh yeah, they all died by this," or this. It's but it's definitely a good question and relevant. Because I can understand people's skepticism, especially with certain stories in the Bible. But that's what faith, leads you to, is like God can do all things. So and when you've actually lived supernatural things, it becomes way different too. So I lived in that box before too, where I never thought supernatural things could occur. But what I always say to people when they don't think certain supernatural things can occur is, you know, everything you think that isn't possible has either probably already happened or will happen. So think 1 million years from now, if what you think is true is all that's possible. You know what I mean? And pretty surely what we think is possible now is going to be a distant memory to what actually is possible. So, and that's if the world exists in 1 million years, type of thing. So
yeah,
that's how I try to approach the people that had and I understand it because it's the attitude I used to have too. But yeah, what's going on, Troy Taylor and Dirty Varmint, man? I don't agree with a lot of stuff you're saying in the chat as far as like you're saying it was a pagan god that the Israelites were following and so forth. I totally disagree with you, my friend. I don't know what your belief system is. I know some of it seems like you know the Bible, Dirty Varmint, because you've been quoting a lot of the scriptures. So I'm kind of confused why you would say that the ark was not God and it was stolen from the Great Pyramid and they followed the Star of Rephaim for 40 years in the wilderness, not God. Like, I don't know why you would say that, man. Like, that's blasphemy. But you seem to know the Bible too. So, if you ever want to hit the link, come on, feel free. Same with Troy Taylor. I know you were a priest. Yeah, but when he says you did not worship me for 40 years, it's not God saying that. I mean, I'll have to read the verse. I won't just jump out and say,
nah. What he said? What God punished them for 40 years. He left them wandering around the desert for 40 years, and they did not worship God in the desert.
yeah, but that verse is not saying like they were worshiping it's saying they didn't worship God. They were worshiping idols, but I
Yeah,
think he's trying to say, I don't know. I'd have to hear him out. I think he's trying to say in the Exodus, though. Are you saying in the wilderness? Okay, in the wilderness. Okay. Um. Yeah. I mean, they weren't worshiping God, so I guess I can agree to you to an extent there, because the whole book of Judges is about them not worshiping people, not worshiping God. So I guess I'm not going to jump out the window because I know in the chat it's hard to communicate like we're talking up here, so it's harder to have a good conversation too. So I won't jump out the window because you seem to worship God, Jesus and the Father. So I don't know, but I don't know, man. It's tough subjects when you're approached by people that don't accept the Bible as historical and stuff like that. It's tough conversations. And Noah's Ark is a quick one where they can just try to say, well, your whole book's a fairy tale because of Noah's Ark, and you know it's tough, man. It's like how do we describe like some of the stories with David's mighty men, even, where one guy can kill 100,000, and the only way you can describe it is they have the power of God behind them, and that's why they're essentially not fighting themselves.
It's hyperbole language. What it's saying is just saying that's how good the person is. I don't think I don't think one person can actually do that. But I was looking at this weapon that the Indians used that could kill 10 people at one time. This rope, this metal object that could kill 10 people at one time. And it brought me to that story with David. I'm like, damn, maybe it is true.
Well, there's stories of David, wrestling bears and lions to get a sheep back too. So there's so much in the Bible that if somebody's a skeptic and wants to just say, "Well, that's impossible," they got plenty of ammunition. It's just
they don't have no ammunition in that, because you can't, because the way we believe it through a spiritual lens. They believe it through a natural lens. They don't believe in the spiritual world. They don't believe that type of stuff could actually happen.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying they're right by any means. I'm saying because like right here it's 2 Samuel 23:8. These are the names of the mighty men whom David, Yosheb, Beshabeth, Tankamai, he was chief of the three. He wielded his spear against 800 whom he killed at one time. And you could just read the stories of all King David's mighty men here in 2 Samuel 23. And it's pretty crazy stories that they got here. I mean, they're all doing next level stuff here.
That's why I was telling Tyler, some of the stuff in the Bible I think is just exaggeration. I don't think it happened. I don't think that's not what the writers intended. Because I mean, we can't forget the Hebrew language only had 10,000 words. These people didn't live with the phrases that we live with today. We got phrases for everything, or metaphor for damn near almost everything. These people didn't have enough words to use to explain their situations, how we could, because I could take that situation, like I said, it's hyperbole. I could take it and turn around and say what the writer's actually saying is the way this soldier was, these soldiers was, they were like the Navy SEAL. That's how good they were. That was like the Navy SEALs of the Army. I could simply use that.
Yeah, I mean, they do say like the American sniper guy killed like 200 people too. Like, you know what I mean? That's just like a modern day, like actual, like they recorded every person he killed. And
and the same they be saying a Navy SEAL could be around you without you even knowing.
Yeah. It's hard, man. I don't know. It's like I sometimes will go on it actually happened, and then also I'll say some stuff was spiritual, like in a spiritual realm. Like sometimes when I've read King David stories, I used to think that when it'd say like David went from here to there, I kind of felt like it was like God explaining some supernatural stuff in the cosmos, like God conquering the cosmos essentially. But it's hard. It's hard to know. We're like you said, translation issues thousands of years later, and we're trying to do our best with what we can. But we're also believers in the literal story of Jesus Christ. So we are in the part of the book now where it's like the most important part of the story is all true to us. And it's all true to us, period. But just like in the literal sense, like when it says Jesus fed 5,000, like I don't think that's any hyperbole or anything like that. I think that's what the Son of God did in the flesh. That's what God did. He took the bread and he multiplied it. And fed the people. And how else could he make so many people follow him besides doing miracles like he did? Letting the blind see and the cripple walk and so forth. So, I mean, in the New Testament, I don't think any of it's not actual. And even in the Old, it's hard.
Because when you go to the New Testament, it makes you don't see the exaggeration in the New Testament.
No, it's not as much. It's not as much. No, it's definitely not as much. It's
It's
like the only really well, there's the only stuff that it's really not as much. It seems like even with Paul, like when he's bitten by a snake and stuff like that, like the supernatural stuff is more subtle like that. It's like, okay,
yeah,
Paul got bit by a snake. Okay, we can see that happening. You know what I mean? And then it's like, but the snake didn't affect him, type of thing. Like,
yeah, because
yeah.
because they writing it in Greek in a different language. They had more words to use than they did with the Hebrew. I mean, because
Yeah,
you don't.
Hebrew definitely doesn't have as many words as the Greek for sure. And
Yeah,
I don't know, man. It's a thing where we are all just trying to learn, what was actually written, and just you got to keep studying. Like, that's why I bought these books now, and I know you're always studying, and you're just doing yourself a disservice if you don't continue to break down the scriptures and do more and more in-depth look at what's written there, because the more historical information you can understand, as far as like that's where the book of Joshua was real good, because it really showed me how much like the land of Canaan was just surrounded by water, the Jordan River, the Mediterranean Sea, the Dead Sea, like, and it just puts in perspective how, that's why this land was so fertile. It wasn't just like God telling them it's a land flowing with milk and honey. No, it's surrounded by so much water that the crops grew there. Like the animals had grazing land there. They had plenty of water there. Like there's a lot of, logic behind why things were the way they were. And I'm enjoying reading this book on, the new translation I got here on Genesis. I'm enjoying it. It's not perfect by any means, but it's also pointing out some very important things, and just rereading Genesis. The guy, the author made the point that, Genesis is the most important book that ever was written. Because think about it. It's the foundation of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So he literally made the argument, not I mean, we can all say the Bible in whole, but I mean, I don't know the Quran, but I guess, Genesis is in the Quran too. So it's like that's the most important book that was ever written, Genesis,
yeah,
So if you're going to get one book right, if you're going to study one book, you should definitely start, in a place like that where it's important. But even at this time in, where we're at, you could definitely start in the New Testament too, because you could just trust that Christ fulfilled these things. And, some of the times we do get caught up in the Old Testament, where it's like, okay, you should be putting your effort into the New Testament. But it is interesting too when you do your scholarly type of, information that I'm learning now myself, and I'm just in the, beginning stages of, because for a while I didn't even put too much weight into the, outside the Bible historical stuff. But I mean, you learn Paul's letters were the first writings that were found before the Gospels and so forth. And, that stuff matters. It's important to understand all that stuff. So, historically, that matters as far as, the faith itself. But
yeah.
I forget which ones were first, but I know like I think 6 or 7 of Paul's epistles. And they question if he wrote all 13 of them. They say he wrote at least 7 of them for sure, but maybe he had a scribe or somebody else write 6 of them. But I just trust that God, had him. If Paul's name on it, I trust that God, it's inspired word of God, regardless from Paul. But
no, it was scribes who wrote it. It wasn't Paul. Paul didn't write the epistles. It was the scribes who wrote it for him. He was telling them what to write.
Yeah, but they claim that Paul did write. I don't know if they're just saying like he was there when the scribe wrote it or what, but I have to do more research on it. But they say like he was there for at least 7 of the 13 too, though. Like, so maybe that just means he was directly there. And
yeah,
I can't speak if he physically took a pen to paper or not.
yeah.
But you got to be careful putting weight into what scholars say too much too, though, because some of them have biases and some of them have reasons for, they're trying to sell a book or whatever.
No, yeah, I know. I look at all the arguments and all the I look at all the arguments. You know what I mean? when it comes to the scholars, I look at all the arguments, and see which one make more sense to me, not more sense to the world. Which one makes more sense to me.
See, I think I just got sold on a book from the guy I just bought the Genesis copy from. Like
Well,
I was like, yeah, that sounds real good when he said the title to me, because it's called. I bought two books. I bought the Genesis translation, and then I bought this other book that's called the Jesus Dynasty. And his whole selling point was like, Jesus wasn't just this like out of nowhere king, and that because he came from the Davidic line, like through Joseph, that it was almost expected for him to become king. And that just sounds so crazy to us who just read the Bible, because the way the Bible's written, it doesn't have him like a king like of Israel that was just waiting to be on the throne like Solomon or something. You know what I mean? So I think like the guy gassed me up and sold me on that. Like, and he also said like, which I'm still going to read the book because he's got a lot of archaeological stuff and evidence and all that. But he said like Jesus's brother James took over the movement after Jesus died, more than Peter or more than Paul or anybody else. It was James who was in charge. So he sold me on those two concepts. But after I bought the book, I haven't read it yet. I only read 1 or 2 pages to skim it through because I'm reading the other books. But after I bought it, I was kind of like, he did a good job selling me on it. Like he's trying to make money and sell books, and that's a good like headline,
yeah. I mean that part about James is true.
Well, that part's probably way closer to the truth than the first part, though. You know what I mean? Like after I bought the book, I was like, well, I don't know about this first part. Like, was Jesus really expected to become king because he was the son of Joseph, type of thing?
Did
But I gotta read the book too,
Did Jesus expect to become king?
Well, you know how like, because he's in the line of David, through Joseph. You know
Nah.
Well, that's
He's in the line of David as a king, not as a blood relative, as a king. That's why
explain what you're saying there.
Huh?
Explain what you're saying. What's the difference? What are you saying?
Okay, the difference is when people think of the Davidic line, it's the Davidic line of he's inheriting David throne. He's going to sit on David's throne. He's going to rule forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's the prophecy God gave about Jesus. You know what I mean? He's going to be the next king.
Well, that's like the way. Well, when you
Basically,
read the Bible, you know what I'm saying. When you read the Bible, it seems like Jesus came out of nowhere, and this guy's book is about like, no, it wasn't really like that. People are kind of expecting Jesus to become king because of his birthright. That's my whole point. Of after I bought I haven't even read the book yet, so I shouldn't really judge it. But I feel like I kind of got like bamboozled because the title, like he thought of a salacious way to sell a Jesus book, basically,
Yeah, because atheist gonna if for the people who argue that Jesus came from David line, bloodline, and you calling him a king, they're gonna take you right to that story. I think his name was Joachim, something like that. Where God's
You're talking about Josh when Athaliah tried to kill off Ahaziah's bloodline and
Nah. The one where God says no one in his lineage will ever sit on the throne again.
Okay.
That one.
I know which kings you're talking. Like I've seen the names in the Bible. You're talking about like JEHO, like IAM or CHIN, one of those guys.
The last king for Israel. Yeah. I mean, the last king for Judah.
Dirty Varmint, man. You seem to know your stuff, man. Hit the link, man. I'd love to hear you. Come on, man. Come on in the building and just talk with us because you seem to know your stuff, but it's hard to keep up. I'm not trying to ignore what you say in the chat. It's just hard to keep up, while we're also having the conversation. But hit the link if you want. You don't have to show your camera. You can do what Joker. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Joker minute or something. I can't pronounce it, but yeah. But yeah, you can turn your camera off like that if you want, man. I don't know if you ever did StreamYard. All you gotta do is hit the link and I'll add you on, and you can join the conversation because you seem to know your stuff. I'd definitely be interested to hear from you. And I'll be the cliche YouTube guy and subscribe to the channel if you can. Oh, you don't have a mic? Damn. All right, I understand. Tell me if you want me to post something like real bad. Like, I know you're saying stuff to people in the chat too, but if you want me to post something, just like say post or something, and I won't post everything if it's crazy or something, but I'll just go like that and share it if it's, if it's something you really want to add to the conversation. Like, just type post in it or something. All right, cool. Subscribe too if you can, man. I appreciate it if you can, just because, it helps me get the word out, what I'm trying to do over here. Not trying to be petty YouTube guy, but I would like to grow my channel. Like I'm only at 79 subscribers, and Tyler, he's killing it, man. He's got 46,000 subscribers. All right, cool, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I know you guys get into wars in the chat because I used to get into wars in the chat. So I just let people ride out because I used to be that guy in the chat myself. So, I don't mind you guys having disagreements in the chat. Just try to keep it as respectful as possible. But yeah, man, I guess now because we can get back to it a little bit because we don't have too much to build on. I just want to hear what you think about it because, yeah, I did a show on it afterwards, honestly, because I was thinking like about the Chris Harris thing. I was like, my first reaction was to be happy because I was happy. I'm not going to lie. I was like, oh, okay, he's been messing with God. He messed with me, And I'm not one of those people that think like God works through me for karma because you could be a jerk to me, but you could be feeding elderly people and helping the homeless and raising children and doing everything and praying to God 99% of your day. You could be a perfect person besides my interaction with you. So I did take it more as like, okay, you're going to keep saying F God and testing God. That's what he's going to do to you eventually. But I can't lie. My personal attachment was like, okay, buddy, you wanted to hop on shows and talk, lies about me and slander me and, paint me as this person. But now look, everybody's talking about you on the channel and, God puts you back in your spot where, you're humbled, but he didn't humble at all. Like, that's the thing about that guy is he doesn't humble at all. Like most people learn lessons in those spots. You know what I mean? It's like amazing. Like you hear like his reactions are just like Jordan lost in the playoffs type. Like he just still doesn't get it. Like it doesn't click in his head. Like he still has to be an arrogant nut about what happened. But yeah, I did gain a lot of respect for Pastor Bennett though. I will say that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I respected Chris. I mean, he's a good debater, but yeah, remember the like days earlier, I was telling you how much of a good debater he is. He's no slouch, and he turns around and do this. I'm like, oh man, I lost respect for him.
Well, dude, he did that like when I was on the show with the weirdo. He did that. He did that the other time on the show with the weirdo. Like he's got a habit of doing that. He's just a diva. He's like, if he doesn't get, he's like that kid who took his ball and went home when you used to play like football or basketball. It's like, I got fouled. No, you didn't, bro. You didn't get fouled. And he just wants to take his ball and go home. It's like, bro, play the game. Like finish playing. Okay, it was a foul. Whatever. Shoot a free throw. Move on.
And then he asked
pass interference. It was passing. It was either a foul in basketball or pass interference, and he just takes his ball and goes home. He's got to grow up, man. It's crazy.
He asked for a rematch. I'm like, are you serious, man?
That's crazy.
You ain't gonna get no damn rematch, man. You finish embarrassing yourself and you make people waste money to watch you and Pastor Bennett debate, and then, come on, yo. He scooped to the lowest, talking about Tazariak, and man, Captain Tazariak, I mean, I don't agree with what he believed in, but he played it fair. He was fair as possible to Chris Harris.
What was going on? It was just like somebody's mic, Captain Tazariak's mic was going or something?
Yeah, I mean, when you watch Captain Tazariak debate, he has a habit of not muting his mic. everybody watching the debate should know that, you know. Captain Tazaria forgot to mute his mic, and he heard noise in the back, and that's when he quit the debate. And there was some audio issues where he trying to
play his video or something.
Play his video, yeah. He trying to copy Pastor Bennett. He trying to copy Pastor Bennett by using the video. You know what I mean? And it turned around and it backfired on him. And he trying to use that as an excuse, talking about, oh, he couldn't. They didn't set his audio. I'm like, you're supposed to do that yourself.
Yeah, dude, if I'm like doing a serious debate like that, I would get there early and test my stuff out. Like, I want to just bank on it working. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know how it all worked. I know it's like I said, a lot of people paid for it, and I couldn't imagine doing something like that and just quitting in front of that many people, especially when people pay. Like, but I can't imagine quitting the way he quits all the time anyway. But yeah, I don't know, man. I got no respect for all those dudes over there. Just I see who they are, what they are, and it's like I don't respect hypocrites and slanderers. And the Bible tells us a lot of stuff about that type of behavior, and it's like, it is what it is, man. Like I've been biting my tongue hard about and trying not to get into that, like addressing it full on, because it's hard watching the comments still on certain clowns pages, and it's like, oh man, because Jesse's been sticking up for me. Also, by the way, for everybody, Jesse was in the hospital the other day, and I still got to talk to him. That was 2 days ago, so hopefully Jesse's all right. And I don't know what was wrong. I got to call him tomorrow, but everybody pray for Jesse too, because Jesse's a good dude. But and hopefully Jesse's connection can get working again here. But I got to call Jesse tomorrow, because he went to the hospital like 2 days ago when he was watching the show, and he was in the hospital waiting room, so he wasn't like rushed to the hospital and like heart attack.
Okay.
Waiting room watching the show, so hopefully he's all right. I don't know what happened after that. That was 2 days ago though. But yeah, man, it's I don't know. Like I said, it's like the more you get closer to God, the more you realize like you can't celebrate when bad things happen to people, period. It's just like, your first human reaction is to celebrate when your enemy falls on their face. But at the end of the day, you got to just try to build upon that. But again, I thought in my head, like, okay, in a perfect world, would I stop what happening? But then I'm like, well, then I'm crossing over to a line I shouldn't cross over to, because then I'm trying to change what God determined was just. You know what I mean? So I was trying to find the balance in my head of like what's the optimal level of empathy I can show him, because like the ultimate level of empathy is like, okay, I wish that didn't even happen, but then at the same time God did it, so I'm not going to go against God wishing something God didn't happen to the person, especially when I deem it as a level of justice. So I've been trying to figure out what the best happy medium is, but it is amazing that dude, he's just going to be who he is, man. I mean, it's sad to say, man, but it's just anybody absent God, like myself, you, like we're all nothing. Like that's what human beings got to realize. Like all the qualities that we think are good within us aren't our qualities; they're God's qualities. It's like, oh, I'm an honest person. Oh, I'm direct. I'm smart. I'm this. No, everything good that you have comes from God, and it's not like a Christian being like, overly like reverent toward God. That's just really what it is. When you lose the spirit of God within you, you'll very quickly realize like, okay, I have nothing. Like I can't be nice. I can't be honest. I can't do any of this without God, But so when those people are like always saying F God, or, they want to be God themselves, like through the Kemetic stuff, and, they just don't have qualities, like even when it's very obvious what to do, they just don't have the qualities to evolve to a higher self. And I was the same way. So, I mean, I used to wish revenge on everybody. I'm glad I got shown better than that.
Yeah. Hey, they believe in God, but they just trying to fight it. You're not gonna argue about God if he doesn't exist. That's like me arguing with you saying you can't see the air. We literally can't see the air. What are we gonna argue about? if you can't see God and you don't believe in God, why argue about it? It's because they believe in God. They believe there's a God, but the evil inside of them, the evil inside of them, or the demon that's living inside of them, tell them is it come they allowing the demon that lives inside of them to tell them that God doesn't exist. You know, they know God exists, but they just don't want to say it, you know, because if God doesn't exist, it wouldn't be such, because okay, when you go to the Egyptian god Horus, everybody know that man don't exist. Why ain't nobody making a huge argument about him? I mean, about him not existing. You know?
Yeah,
Out
no,
of,
it's a good
out of,
point. Like, the people will only try to disprove what is pretty close to the consensus of what is.
yeah, I mean,
You're not going to try to prove some guy sitting the bench in the NBA, isn't as good as Jordan, but you will try to disprove LeBron. You know what I mean? You're not gonna try to disprove the guy sitting on the Warriors bench who's in street clothes, because everybody already knows that that's not a comparison to Jordan. But
yeah,
you will try to go at is KD or LeBron, because I don't like LeBron, so I don't want to use LeBron.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I'll use KD because I've always been a KD guy over LeBron. But I lost all respect. Honestly, I lost a lot of respect. I won't say all, but I lost a lot of respect for LeBron when Daryl Morey said what he said about the Chinese protesters, and LeBron only cared about the money. And he was like, "Yeah, you don't say that because you're attacking people spiritually and mentally and physically." And it's like, bro, keep it real. You're just trying to get that money from China. Like, those people in China that were protesting had every right to protest. If those were black people in Cleveland, Ohio, you would have been behind them, bro. Like, morally speaking, you knew what was right, but you just wanted that money from China. So I never was a huge LeBron fan for a couple of reasons, but that right there was like him at his lowest to me. That was you know what I'm talking about, right? When he did that.
Yeah, that situation. Yeah.
Yeah, Daryl Morey tweeted, and then LeBron was like, that you don't do that because they were in China or somewhere in China at the time, and he was like, you endangered us and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, you weren't in danger. You were over there playing basketball. The people that were in danger are the people protesting. They're probably all rotting in jail cells right now. Like, that communism government ain't no joke, man. Like, they do some crazy things to people. Like, I don't know. I lost respect. I never loved LeBron either, though, so it's probably didn't help my perception. But that's just morally right is right. You know what I mean? Like, he knew if he spoke up against China, he was going to lose money, and he just didn't want to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I can't defend that. You know what I mean? If you care more about money than what's morally just right in a situation, and it's like, it's easy to say when you don't have $1 billion on the line, because you could get the $1 billion and do a lot of good with it. But for me, it doesn't seem like people, like, I don't know, people that are getting that money, seems like they care more about what their net worth is in Forbes list the next year than they care about getting the money and helping people with it. Like, Kanye and stuff like that. He cares more if he's got $7 billion than $6 billion, versus getting $7 billion and giving $6.5 billion away and living on 500 million. It's
hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Damn, I lost Lou. Well, hopefully Lou comes back. I'm trying to think what else we could get into for guys. I still got the Book of Joshua Part 2, because I had to erase it after that crazy show with the liar. All right,
Hey, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. What are you driving?
Yeah, I had just stopped driving.
Where are you at?
Yeah. I'm in Mississippi right now.
Man, you just go from like one coast to the next coast pretty much, huh?
Yeah.
Like
I had got put out of service. I couldn't drive because my medical card was expired.
What do they make you get COVID or something? COVID test or something?
No, it's a medical card where you know it's like a physical. I had to do to renew my physical.
They make you make sure your eyes are good and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, you are like a dude. It's crazy how much liability you got. Like when that Tracy Morgan accident happened, they sued Walmart. They got Walmart for mad money because that was a Walmart truck. So I'm sure they have to make you guys like do that stuff just for liability. Like,
yeah,
you know, like, oh, this guy's not, you know, he's got good heart, good eyes. Because if you have, God forbid, you have anything medical happen and you crash that car, they're going to be liable, type of thing.
yep. Yeah, they
Yeah.
got that's why a lot of truck drivers they a lot of truck companies and truck drivers got cameras on their truck. Because back then you hear back then before they had cameras in a truck, if you're a truck driver, you hear the car, you automatically in fault
Yeah. Yeah. So now they got the cameras. So it's like
to
police.
prove.
Yeah, police body cam, like whose fault the accident was and stuff. Yeah. Hey, Mike, we got Mike back in the building. I know I know we were having issues with Pam earlier, but yeah, this is my friend Lou, Mike, and Lou. This is Mike. He's a good dude too. So only God is good, but he's a nice guy. We've been having good conversation. So yeah, we'll talk about whatever wherever the conversation goes. I don't know if you want to get into something, Mike, but me and Lou were just killing time essentially. We didn't have a set topic. So if you got something specific that I'd like to get into, let's get into.
Oh no, I just got back. I left some time ago, and I even said you'll still be here after 6 hours, and I didn't even check the chat. I didn't listen for 2 seconds. I just jumped in the StreamYard. Nice to meet you, Lou. No,
Hey,
carry on, brothers. Just Shabbat
Yeah,
Shalom.
yeah, we're gonna do whatever you guys want. So that's what I mean. We should. Lou's very scholarly outside of the Bible too. Like he's into all that. But he'll drop good information. Like for instance, the one thing about China that you showed us, Lou, you'd probably be real interested in, Mike, because that was real interesting. So maybe we'll watch that video again. But just also the fact that there were only two colors back in like the Hebrew days or the ancient days, like those cultures, and they'd call things like black and white as far as like it could be red, but then they would call it like, they only had like four main colors after like the two black and white origins. Like Lou's good at all that type of stuff too. So I always learn stuff listening to both you guys. But yeah, as far as Noah's Ark, man, I mean that's a mystery and an enigma in one. So I think we're all like just doing our best as far as trying to like defend the Bible when that subject comes up to non-believers. And we do have to think outside of the box to answer some of the questions. Like I said, I forget where it was. I think it was on Ancient Aliens, which is like the worst show ever to like use for a source. Your Taco Bell order will be late and they'll say Ancient Aliens did it. You know what I mean? It's like you lose a sock in the laundry and they're like Ancient Aliens did it. But yeah, no, I think they're the ones who said that Noah actually had DNA instead of the animals. But yeah, the one thing I have been noticing in this translation is it's only the land animals that died. And that was something new. And again, like I said, all seven of them, all seven pairs of all clean animals, that was something I forgot. The 40 days and 40 nights of rain. Like, I think this is a good subject. I think we should all try to figure out, like, why is 40 days and 40 nights so important? Like, what do you guys think about that? You know what I'm talking? We all know what I'm talking about, right? With the 40 days.
It's specifically like rain 40 days, but
or Moses and just not even Noah's Ark, just in general. Like
yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, like what's your guys' thoughts on that?
I don't really have a thought on that. I mean, they didn't have calendars, so we don't know what they counted as days at that time. You know what I mean?
Good point.
That's something you're gonna have to ask one of them Bible scholars that study numbers, ancient numbers, and what the meaning of them mean. Because in Hebrew, they wrote they interpret numbers into writing, something like that. David know about that.
Gematria and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just like with the letter with the number 666. You don't you don't find that in the old I think it's P45. It says 616.
Oh yeah, that's real interesting. One of the
Yeah.
documents doesn't say that. It says P616. But yeah, then there's 2 6s there, so it becomes like I've heard numerology work like that. So if it's like 4 4, they'll make it 4 4 4. Make it 3 4s because it's 2 4s or whatever, and like do stuff like that. So that's real
Yeah.
interesting. It's
It's just
in Revelation or whatever. It's written 616 in one of the actual documents.
yeah. And one of them P5 documents on papyrus.
Yeah.
And also in the genealogy of Jesus Christ, it's not 14, it's actually 13.
Wow, that's real interesting too.
Yeah, they have a word, they have a play on that numerology stuff was really heavy. Like especially with the 144,000.
Oh
I
yeah.
I think that one represent righteous people, the righteous remnant, and the 12,000. I forgot what it represent, man. So I forgot. It's something I was watching. I was watching a video of how numbers, what numbers mean in Hebrew. That's how they wrote according to numbers. That's why the writer of Matthew trying to keep it in with boundary when he say 14, 14, 14, and
Yeah.
I like, wow. I mean, for me, man, it's something interesting to study. It's just like with the number 110 or 120, and in ancient Egypt, when they say you live to 110 years old, it mean they just saying that you lived a righteous life. You lived a good life.
Yeah. That the Sumerian kings list, like when it says like they were 900 years old, just like in Genesis when they're saying these guys' ages, like there's definitely a possibility like that was their literal age, and I also lean towards maybe it being both, but there's also another very very likely possibility that they're communicating things with the ages. Like Enoch being exactly 365 years. Like all these ages are just for a reason, and that speaks to like what I'm trying to say is like I don't think any of us have figured it out, but like Dirty Varmint said, which is a heck of a name, but gotta love it. But he even said like 40 years in the wilderness too. So it's like the 40 days and 40 nights, like for the rain with Noah, Moses on the mountain, Jesus in the wilderness. Like we gotta try to. And I don't think we'll ever get the answers because only God has the answers. But this 40 days, 40 nights, and all the numbers are real interesting stuff. What's your take? Have you ever had any like interesting video that you saw or anything speak about any like numbers or 40 days, 40 nights, Mike?
Oh, I'm sure it's yeah, no, I don't see anything on it right now. So it'll take something to jog my memory. But no, there's lots of 40s in the Bible, yeah. Now you did say the 40 days of rain and Noah, but there's a bunch of months that go by, but at one point he specifically says, yeah, it like rained 40 days. But you understand what I'm saying? The great fountains of the deep broke forth. This happened. The boat was, I don't know, dry land appeared at one time. You know what I mean? There was a sequence of events that it took several months. It wasn't just but yeah, the rain.
No, it's a whole year.
Yeah. But yes, it certainly rained for 40 days and 40 nights. Boy, I don't know what else. A whole bunch of other things. I don't know what Ezekiel didn't he do 390 days on one side and 40 days on the other side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the significance, but no, that gematria, is that what you called it?
Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce it, but whatever, gematria, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's they do some fascinating stuff with that. Each letter is a number actually. So yeah, I think there's an old Greek copy of 616, but it just tells us a couple verses later what it means. It's a man, and I take that to mean mankind. I don't think it means one specific man. I think that means mankind. But we're all going to get the mark anyway. Young and poor, rich, bond, whatever. You just can't worship it or whatever it is. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my name of my channel is no coincidence. Just so you know, Mike, I'm sure Lou's heard me tell this story, but I'm 39 and I wasn't a Christian for 35 years, and unfortunately, the devil found me first because I was looking for God in YouTube and all sorts of stuff, like ancient Egypt and Samaria and all that type of stuff. Like and the 444 stuff. My friend got me into. Like I don't know how he did it, but he put me in like the realm of the dead, essentially, where math matters and everything matters, sound matters, all sorts of crazy stuff that we don't understand is going on, exists, but it's like an intersecting reality. And yeah, so God, I went to I was getting haunted by the devil, like a horror movie, right? So I didn't know what to do. I'm praying to Jesus and the Father every day, and at that point I didn't even know. I was just saying Jesus' name because I didn't even know enough about the faith to pray to the Father at that point. I was just praying to Jesus. And I went into a church, my local church, and then that same night, I got woke up in the middle of the night at like it was like 2:00 because I have two clocks in my room. I have an alarm clock and I have the cable box for like the TV. And I'm looking at the cable box and it says 7:47. And I look at the alarm clock and it says like 2:01, like 2:01 a.m. So I get up out of my bed and I'm like, what, God obviously is waking me up. This isn't just coincidence or anything, So I'm staring at the cable box and it doesn't change for literally 5 minutes of time. So the cable box just stays at 7:47. And I watched my alarm clock go to like 2:01, 2:02, 2:03, 2:04, all the way up to like 5 minutes, like 2:06. And then in front of my eyes, I watched the number 7:47 change back to the normal time on the cable box. And that's where that was just the sign that I needed from Jesus and the Father to know that there was God and God was like still with me. Because I had literally had supernatural evil happening to me where I'm talking about I'm watching Wheel of Fortune and the devil's taunting me with what the puzzle's name is and all sorts of crazy evil stuff that I can't even. I'm watching my local news and it's satanic, like some bad satanic stuff happened to me. So I was in a really messed up state, and it's hard to explain to people that haven't lived that. But and I wish nobody lives it because it's evil and it's horror movie. It's not like a good thing. It's like you're in the realm of dead, and it's like a bad trip on. It's not a trip, but it's like a bad trip. If you ever tripped on mushrooms or acid, it's like it's not even. I don't know how to describe it because you're totally sober and normal, but it's like another reality intersecting with this one. But yeah, that sign from God was 7:47, the number 7:47. So just as much as like the evil sign is the other one, the 6, whatever. I don't even like saying it. The 7:47, if you ever see 7:47, is definitely God. So keep that in mind, just so you guys know, for both of you. But
Yeah.
yeah, so no, I know numbers are like the essence of everything. Like when we die, Jesus is going to give us a number, but the devil knows this, and that's where kind of like I got put in this position of like being in that evil realm. So it's like you got to be real careful because the devil knows this, and he'll try to trick people into wickedness to try to use numbers to try to act like they can basically, like Egyptians used to try to use spells and shit. Like use the numbers to try to get themselves into heaven, like where Jesus is going to give us the number at the end of the day,
Exactly.
So that's numbers are very important though, and they are throughout the Bible for a reason. Like, and I'm trying to figure out why 40 days, 40 nights in the wilderness, why Moses went 40 days, 40, So we should all try to still, think about these things, but I don't think we'll ever get the answers on them, It is interesting stuff.
40 days for the ascension too, I think, wasn't it?
For who? For what ascension? For Jesus?
Yeah, after the cross, wasn't that 40 days? Because 10 days later was Pentecost.
I don't know. Yeah, that would be another one. Like Dirty Varmint said, 40 years in the wilderness for the Israelites too.
Yeah.
So,
and it was only 2 people in the Bible 3 people in the Bible who fasted 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah, Jesus and Moses.
And Elijah.
Oh, Elijah too? Because Moses did it on the mountain too, right?
Yeah, I think Moses did it. Moses might have done it twice.
Yeah, 3 of them. Moses, Elijah, and Jesus, the only 3 who fasted 40 days and 40 nights.
And think about who was there when Peter said, "Should I build 3 tents?" Who was it? It was Moses, Elijah, and
But
who
that's the thing. How did they know? How did Peter know it was Moses and Elijah? He never seen them before.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Like, how do you know it's Moses? How do you know it's Elijah? I,
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta just say from my experiences that it's just like telepathically communicated. I don't think he went up to him and said, "Hey, my name's Moses." I think it's just kind of like you're walking with the Son of God. It's understood type of thing. I don't know. It's a good
Or
question.
did he hear Jesus say, "Hey Moses, hey Elijah"?
Yeah.
I'm still. I mean, the Bible is filled with a lot of curiosity, man. A lot of it. It's like how he just out of nowhere in the story it pops up and says, uh, he said Elijah and Moses. How did he know they were Elijah? Because during the ascension, uh, they were scared to death, you know. But I don't know. The Bible says that Peter was listening to their conversation,
Yeah,
but
yeah. No,
that
it's an
could be a
unanswered
possibility.
question. Oh, that's what I mean. It's an unanswered question, but it also,
Yeah,
like you said, those are the 3 people that went through the 40 days and 40 nights thing too. So it
yeah,
speaks to something about like righteousness, like you're completing like something that you got to do.
yeah.
I
That's
don't know.
why. That's why. With the creation story and the Noah and all that, I believe it was paraphrased. I don't think the writer gave us detail for detail what happens. I think he was just paraphrasing. He was just paraphrasing what he was writing. But then again, you're gonna have people who's gonna say, "Well, it was inspired by God." Yeah, I mean, if it's inspired by God, but I don't think God told him this what to write. Hey, write this down, write this down, write this down. I feel like they will paraphrase from oral tradition. You know what I mean? Because before writing, there was oral tradition. People
Yeah,
had to pass information on orally. But the crazy thing about it is, give or take, let's just say the time of Noah was around 5000 BCE. Well, we're in a Christian channel, so I ain't gotta say BCE.
Uh,
Uh yeah. uh let's just say Noah time was around 5000 BC, right? We don't hear no stories about anybody living 5,000 years earlier that they speak about. You know what I mean?
what do you mean 10,000 BC? Somebody in history?
Yeah.
Out?
Yeah, like with Sargon the Great. He was around he was in the scene around 2700 BC, right? They write a little history about him or whatever, but they don't write no history about people living around 10,000 BC. You
No.
know? Because okay, like we could take Abraham for example, give or take, let's just say Abraham was around 2000 BC. We in the year 2000s, and he is still being spoken about through oral tradition and through writings. You
Yeah.
know?
4,000 years later. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious to why these people never spoke of these carbon dated bones, that scientists find. Nobody speaks about them. No one in ancient history.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to trust the dates on some stuff. Like they'll say, like, I'm pronouncing it wrong, but like go Blacky Tepe or whatever, and Turkey's supposed to be 10,000 years old or whatever. That's like an ancient civilization. Like I don't know, man. Like I don't trust all the dates they give us either. And I definitely think throughout the world the flood is like definitely recorded in all different cultures. So I'm
Yeah,
pretty positive that that's a worldwide event that wasn't just written down as a fairy tale. And it's funny how like they'll always skeptics will always be like, well, yeah, it's written in the Bible, but it was written in Gilgamesh or whatever first. And it's like, well, that just verifies it actually happened, man. Like what do
Yeah.
you, it's the same. It's like, what do you want a true story to not be written down? Just because it comes later on doesn't mean it makes it false. If anything, it just substantiates the fact that it was an actual event because so many cultures wrote about it.
Man, those skeptics be all over the place. They'll use epic or gimmick to disprove the flood story in the Bible, and then turn around and say, "Oh, there's no such thing as a spiritual world." But wait a minute, how is that? How is that? How is that? You got China, you got India, and you got the Native Americans. All of them practice the spiritual world. How is it all of them wake up one day and practice the same thing?
Yeah, I don't understand people who want to try to discount the fact that, all these civilizations all for some reason are worshiping a god. Like God is just this fake thing, but that's why every great civilization, not just civilization throughout history, is name me one that was atheist. Name me one great civilization, ancient empire that was atheist. Like I'm sure they exist somewhere, but I can't think of many,
Yeah. I feel like it had to be some catastrophic event that happened for these people to just wake up, for these people for the whole ancient world to be worshiping idols.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just wake up one day and then start giving your life over to a statue.
Or your baby.
Yeah, or your baby. At some point, these people and their ancestors witness some catastrophic event. I mean, for us, we know it's God, but for skeptics, they don't know. They don't have no writings of it. I mean, come on, logic. You look at the narrative of the ancient world. I mean, come on, all these people practicing damn near the same thing. They kill these animals, bring it to the statue or idol, and give praise to their God. You got every God, all them true God. We're the true God. We're the true God. Oh, our God help us win this victory. I'm like, how did that? What's the origin of it? How did all that begin? I mean, it's just like how I was showing you with the Chinese stuff. These Jews had no dealings with the Chinese.
Yeah, that Chinese stuff's awesome. I'm gonna get that right now to show Mike. But yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with him.
Yeah, we're just freestyling. I mean, we don't have that topic right here, but I'm gonna type. You're gonna really like this, Mike. This is good stuff. Like, what do I type in again though? China and Bible.
God in China.
God in China. Because this is like ancient records from like the Chinese about like the time of Jesus. Like, how the three magi, the three wise men saw the star in the sky. The ancient Chinese like record seeing a comet in the sky. And then there's also them talking about like an eclipse of the sun going in front of the moon, like the day of the Lord when Jesus is actually crucified. And they write down in the Chinese records that, on this day, a man died for the sins of mankind. I'll play the video right now. It's really crazy. I still got to watch this whole video though. But this is some Australian guy who was, obviously introduced to the Chinese records from somewhere. But it's a good video. So let me put this on, and you guys let me know.
It's even more amazing.
I should just start from the very beginning, right, Lou? Might as well.
Yeah.
Because
I think he gonna give an introduction, a quick introduction. Yeah.
Well, within the first 7.5 minutes here, Mike, he hits us with like some crazy good like evidence of the Chinese recording those events, like when Jesus died and the sun did, like the day of the Lord went in front of the moon, and also the star in the sky when Jesus was born. And it's just really crazy to see, like, these are Chinese people that have nothing to do with, the Middle East, and they're writing down what they see in the sky. And not only that, they also understand it's a person, a man dying for the sins of the world. So it speaks to what we were just speaking of, like, how is God connecting all these people that aren't, clear? They're not emailing each other, But here, let me make sure it's you guys let me know if I'll have the volume as loud as I can. So tell me if it's good enough, if you guys can hear it, but it's already on full volume, so I can't do much more. But yeah, here, I'll
God
play it.
in ancient China.
Yeah, this is a good one. 7.5 minutes in, you're going to get a couple really good
From
ones.
Melbourne, Australia, HKEA Evangelistic Alliance presents God in Ancient China. Who did the ancient Chinese worship in the first 2,000 years of their long, unbroken history? Be amazed at
And just so you guys know, it's not very loud on my end either, but can you guys both hear it?
I can hear it, but it's like
Low, right?
wavery or something. What is that? HKEA? Is that how I'm reading that?
HKEA Evangelistic Alliance, but yeah, it's really low on my end. But I'll let it play, and hopefully the volume gets a little louder because it's not.
It sounded good. Go ahead.
Well, it's not high on my end either. I got it on full, so.
Bible messages embedded within ancient Chinese characters that are older than even the time of Moses. So sit back, grab a friend, and be astounded by this fact-filled presentation that has opened eyes everywhere.
If you are traveling in an arid landscape with your friends a long time ago, and you're on a camel and your friends are on a camel, and you've got a long journey ahead of you, and you're using something in the sky to guide you, give you direction and position so that you reach your destination. And it's a long journey. This is going to take more than 2 months. Would a star be more useful to you, or would a comet be more useful to you? Which of these two heavenly phenomena would be more useful from a navigation point of view? I would put it to you that perhaps a comet, because it has a head and a tail. The Chinese astronomers were far more advanced than their Western counterparts. The Chinese astronomers, according to NASA, kept very meticulous records about comets, when they appeared, when they disappeared. And these records were called comet atlases. And a typical comet atlas looks something like this. Doesn't mean much to an American or an Australian or an Englishman, but to the Chinese people, this is a detailed record of when a comet appeared in the sky and how long it lasted and when it appeared. On the 9th of March, 5 BC, this record appeared in the astronomy records of the Book of the Han Dynasty. And translated into English, it reads, in the 2nd month of the 2nd year of Yanping, the comet was out of Altair. Altair is a star. This comet came out of a star and it lasted for more than 70 days. And it is said comets appear to signify the old being replaced by the new. Altair, the sun, the moon, and the 5 stars are in movement to signify the beginning of a new epoch, the beginning of a new year, a new month and a new day. This is dated 9th of March, 5 BC. That's Altair. It's in the constellation of Aquila. It's the brightest star in the constellation of Aquila. And the Chinese astronomers are saying, on the 9th of March, 5 BC, this comet seemingly appeared out of this star, and it lasted for more than 70 days. The appearance of this comet undoubtedly symbolizes change, they said. The extended appearance of the comet for more than 70 days indicates But this is of great importance, and there's the reference on the screen. The Bible says the wise men who came to visit Jesus Christ, who was to be born in Bethlehem, they said, we've seen his star in the east, and we've come to worship him. The wise men thought it was a star. The Chinese astronomers, who knew nothing about this, thought it was a comet. To them, it looked like a comet. To the wise men, it looked like a star. This record is dated 31 AD, and it's in the history of the latter Han dynasty, and there's the reference. And it says, summer, 4th month of the year, on the day of Renwu, the imperial edict reads, yin and yang have mistakenly switched, and the sun and the moon were eclipsed. The signs of all, the sins of all the people are now on one man. Pardon is proclaimed to all under heaven. They knew nothing about Jesus, and this is dated 31 AD. They knew nothing about Jesus Christ, but in their soul, in their spirit, they felt that this sudden eclipse of the sun, unexpectedly, meant that the sins of people were pardoned and had been placed on one man. That's amazing, isn't it? And then it goes on to say, the eclipse on the day of Gui Hai, man from heaven died. How did the Chinese people know this? There in China, Jesus Christ was being crucified in Jerusalem. They knew nothing about it. But in their records, when they saw this eclipse, these imperial astronomers wrote, man from heaven has died. Then 3 days later, there was a halo around the sun, 360-degree rainbow halo. 3 days later, during the reign of Emperor Guangwu on the day of Bin Ying of the 4th month of Yanwu, a halo, a rainbow, encircled the sun. 3 days later. So, folks, here is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. They didn't know what they were writing. They were simply recording what they saw, not knowing what it meant. And so here, folks, to start off this amazing message tonight, we have 3 evidences where the Chinese astronomers, unknowing to them, pinpointed the year of Christ's birth, the year of his death, and 3 days later, his resurrection. And I hope if you're watching, I have now got your attention, because this is the type of evidence that we're going to present. New to Western ears, new to...
Yeah, I mean, I got to watch that whole video sometime, though. I don't know why I haven't yet, because tell me right there, I mean, Dirty Varmint's like in the chat. He even said something about the 70 weeks of the prophecy of Daniel, which I just Googled while he was... after you type that, that's in Daniel 9:24. There's a prophecy about 70 weeks, which, might correlate with the 70 days of the comet. I don't know. I mean, we don't want to reach and say 70 days and 70 weeks are equivalent, but those are pretty crazy. It's a good video to dive into, right, Mike? I mean, just as far as like seeing that the Chinese are recording, these events in the same times when Jesus's, birth is coming and crucifixion and so forth.
Oh, absolutely. Especially outside of that religion, region, Israel, that especially, yeah, being a third uninterested party. Yeah, that's good news.
Yeah, I want to dive into them a little more, like write down the exact like Han Dynasty, who it was, but this is great starting points for us all to like get into this. And yeah, Lou brought that out, and it's just to me, it's also just reinforcing everything I already know and believe, which I say no in that order because I know before I believe even. But
no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't agree. the comet may have been doing that at his birth or whatever, but I think the actual star they're talking about is, because you heard the guy, how would these magi know it was, they named it a star, they wouldn't know it was a comet. Come on, it's got a head and a tail, it's huge. But right, I'm just saying these magi, the star that they, if you take, it's an astrological reading chart. If you've ever done that, you find out the where and when for somebody on their birth, you plot it on a circular astrological chart, all these dots show up, and then you just connect the dots. Mine, I have a whole bunch in the bottom left-hand corner, and my ex had a whole bunch in the upper right-hand corner. So we weren't ever supposed to get along, or I don't know. I just learned enough to get through. We didn't study it and worship it. But if you take the astrological reading of Jesus and plot his dots and then connect the lines, you're going to get the Star of David on an astrological reading chart. That's the star they're going after, because all you need is the where and the when. So where they were in the Far East, it would be a latitude line going directly west, and they from where their starting point, they would have thunk it to be Jerusalem. So they would look on a globe and they would follow that line, and then once they get to Jerusalem, and like, hey, we're here for the king, and they're like, well, we don't know anything about that. So then they looked at the chart more accurately and come to find out it's south about 7 miles, and that's how the star went before them, in my opinion. But no, I think that these time frames, this could have been what was actually going on in the sky to give the magi, those astrological astrologists, to give them that chart.
Yeah. I mean,
no, seriously, I'm sorry to interrupt. No, but seriously, you can't. Well, you can't follow a comet. You can't follow a sun. You can, if you go out to the sun, you can walk, and the sun's going to follow you. It's never going to, it's set here. No, if you walk 10 feet to your left, it's set 10 feet to the left. There's no way you could ever follow a star. Even the cartoons or the movies where they show the star like above Bethlehem, they actually have to add like one specific beam of light pointing to Bethlehem. I don't think it was like that. It had to be an astrological reading chart that I had a source on who actually did it, who figured it out through the reverse computer math or whatever to get to that specific date. But the last time I gave out that link, they suddenly disappeared from the internet. So whatever, take it with a grain of salt. But that's my.
Yeah, that's crazy. If it's something really connected to make the Star of David too, like that's. I mean, all the I always say the Einstein quote is coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. So in my own life, when I'm getting communication from God, that's a lot of times where I just know something's from God. It's just coincidence. One coincidence is just okay, it's a coincidence. Two coincidence, okay, this is kind of funny. And then, you know what I mean? But for us, when we get closer to God, it's like you only need the one coincidence, because then you can get the message just from the first coincidence. So all these things are definitely just more evidence. And for the Chinese people to know that man from heaven died, like that, they're writing it too, like similar to like how the Israelites will write down their like second year, second month, you know what I mean? So it just shows that God, I mean, we got to be naive to think that God's not reaching everywhere, you know what I mean? Of course he is, so
exactly.
It's awesome stuff when we can, as Christians, defend our faith with like actual historical records like this. So I gotta study this stuff.
Amen.
I only watched the first 7 minutes like we just watched, but I'm gonna watch that whole video sometime.
Oh, that was awesome. That's a good find.
Yeah, Lou found it. 7 minutes in, you get that much stuff, and I'm gonna write down like who are the Han dynasty this year, so forth, blah blah. Yeah, this guy's an Australian evangelist or whatever, however you pronounce it. But yeah, you just type in God in China, and it pops right up. So if you want to find it yourself, I'm gonna try to. I don't know how to share it or whatever. If you want me to put the link in, I don't know how to share stuff. I'm halfway decent. I'm halfway decent with this stuff. This technology.
Okay, so if you're on that YouTube channel, just click in thing,
Yeah.
and then you'll get the share sign, and then you can choose how to share, and then just copy link is what you want to share,
Yeah.
and then
All
you,
right.
you can
I
go in
put it
this.
in the private chat there. Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna go to that and then put it on watch later somehow.
Yeah, I just put it in the private chat. I think I did it right. And Dirty Varmint, there it is in the public chat. If you want to watch it or anybody else. But yeah, Dirty Varmint, that's interesting what you said about uh, Daniel with the 70-week prophecy. If that correlates to the 70 days of the comment, I don't know. Or did they say the comment was 70? He said 70 days. We just lost Mike too. I don't know if that was technical or what, but. Yeah, what are you doing though? You still taking a break? Are you driving?
Yeah. I'm about to crash it in, man.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm about to
Been,
crash it in.
5 hours here anyway, so I'll
Yeah,
call.
because I gotta be up in the morning. These people they gotta do a inspection on my trailer.
Cool.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
man.
don't know what time. I don't want them to be knocking on my. I know they're gonna be knocking on my door early in the morning.
Yeah, make sure you get everything together so you don't get any tickets or whatever they do out there. I don't know what I'm sure they bust balls, whatever they do. But,
Yeah.
hey man, thanks for coming on. Mike, thanks for coming on. Dirty Varmint, everybody in the chat, thanks for coming by. God bless everybody. Pam, everybody, Tyler, everybody that came on. God bless everybody, and I'll see you guys
All right.
again soon.
I'll see. I'll see you on your next live. I'm about to go to bed.
All right, no doubt, kid. No doubt, Lou.
Yeah.
No doubt. All right, later, Mike. Sorry, I just lost you. I'm calling it a night myself. But thanks for coming by, Mike. Thanks for coming by, Lou, and everybody else, man. We did our best. I know it wasn't the perfect information because it didn't have too much planned, but we freestyled and we tried to get to where we found some sort of truths or new ideas to investigate. So that's just the ultimate goal, guys. Just every night try to add one thing to our knowledge and just one more thing to research and learn more about. So if we could do that, we're gonna head in the right direction. So that's all we're trying to do, and we did our best. So God bless everybody, and take care of yourselves.